Hello. And welcome. I think I forgot most of how this song goes because I only remember like the first part of it. But it seems to go somewhere. There's the part that I remember. That song, if you aren't aware, is from Evo Search for Eden, which is the game that the funny box art is also based on over there on the screen. Hooray. But anyway, speaking of searching for Eden, I guess we should go find it. Gotta remember to, do that. And hello, welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. We are going to begin the normal raid series, not the Alliance raid series. We saw a little hint of what's to come in the stinger at the end of 5.0 when we saw Reen and Thancred exploring an area that looked similar to the Burn. Today, we're going to also go there and look at it, and maybe 4 to 8 trials are going to happen. In the middle of nowhere, one of the Crystarium guards is particularly relieved to have found you. We'll just jump right into it. Ah, Sucro, have you seen Reen? She's been looking for you. Questioning head tilt? Wait here, I'll go and get her. Crystarium salute. I'm a little tired, but hopefully it should work out. I will do a fight, or some. I've only ever done the first fight of this raid series before, and I only know a little bit of what to expect from future. Bits and pieces of story and bosses that have been unavoidably learned due to a passage of time. There you are. The truth is, I need your help. Nod. Now hold on, I haven't even told you what it is yet. After you defeated Emmett Selk, I sensed a strange concentration of light somewhere far to the south. In the empty, the lands that were once swallowed by the flood. Gasp. I can't tell what it is, but we have to find out. For all we know, it might even be another Light Warden. But whatever it may be, I don't intend to stand by and watch. I'll... Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Thancred, Urianger, and I have a few theories that we plan to test once we find whatever's causing this. The three of us were reluctant to ask for your help, considering everything that you've been through. The thing is, you're the only person who can defeat a Light Warden without becoming one yourself, so we have no choice. While we don't want to jump to conclusions, it would be a good idea to have you there just in case. So will you come with us? Perhaps we should let sleeping dogs lie, or I wouldn't have it any other way. I am ready to do multiple fighting. Thank you, Sucro. This means a lot. First of all, let's head to the Derrick in Amareng. Thancred and Urianger should have everything ready by now. Nod. So a mysterious quantity of light in the empty region where the flood destroyed everything. What could it mean? Well, it probably means that there's some sort of thing that Reen is going to look at in a quest type of image that we just saw over here. It probably means that this thing is somewhere. And like Reen is related to the events that are ongoing, which is already confirmed to be true, due to she appeared. I don't even really know what I'm saying with words. But there's a funny car. A funny car with no collision. Oh. I'm hiding. I am hidden. Sorry to drag you all the way out here. I have a feeling you'll miss this place when you see where we're going next, though. 'Tis a blessing to see thee so hale. I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way over here, or on the way here. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to her. Would that I could say the same with confidence about whatever fiend may be waiting for us out there. Even if the light that Reen sensed turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is hardly the most welcoming of places. Anything that could survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wasteland poseth as severe a threat as any foe we might face. In any event, we are in agreement that this phenomenon doth warrant investigation, though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must needs rely on Reen's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. Nod. There will be plenty of time for us to talk about it on the way. Is the Sky Slipper ready, Thancred? Ready to take us wherever we need to go, aye. Back again too, maybe, if we ask it nicely. Though the light hath been expunged from Norvrant, the ambient ether of the empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake. The soil, the air, the water, all rendered incapable of supporting life. I think it's a little funny that every time they mention like the soil, the air, and the water all being ruined in some way, they never say anything about fire being messed up. Because I always think of like Final Fantasy 1, like the intro to that, or like the intro to 5, where they tell you about how all 4 elements are dying. But in this case, I guess they don't observe a lot of fire falling over. Fire does have light. Fire is a light source. You might be onto something. 'Tis also hello and welcome, everyone. 'Tis due to this imbalance that the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable, even a century thereafter. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the etherometers I packed and Reen's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuations in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out there won't affect us to any noticeable degree, but much longer than that and we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we still don't know how chocobos and Amaro will fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation. This comes courtesy of the researchers at the Means, who found it in the Crystal Tower and restored it to working order. Nod. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge said he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should anything break. He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if we have a chance to stop by Mordsuk at some point. Nod. Anyway, I think that covers everything. When you're ready to leave, just say the word. While I'm piloting and Reen's navigating, you and Urianger will be free to enjoy the view and engage in rousing conversation. By that, I mean he can spend the whole time talking at you while you nod in agreement. Although the flood of light is believed to have expunged all traces of life from the empty, we must remain ever vigilant. We know not what we shall find. Well then, shall we? To the empty. I really like the funny car that we have. You can get the funny car as a mount if you do Savage of these, which I will never be able to do until level goes up high enough for me to do that unsynced. Which it might not. I don't know. Funny car. I think I mistimed that. With a name like The Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. To look on the land swallowed by the flood with mine own eyes is a chilling sight indeed. Tsugro and Urianger in the funny car seat is kind of funny. Oh, if it is actually a multi-seater mount, that does make it like the only one you can acquire in-game without an external, like, payment or incentive being done. Unless there might be other ones somewhere, but yeah. I actually have, well, there was the Final Fantasy 15 car was very accessible for a while, but only for a limited time. I have that. I also have the Moogle mount that it has too. I bought that one at some point in the past. Approximately 9/10 of this world are as this, a slate all but wiped clean. Were it not for the warriors of darkness and Minfilia. Reen, are you sure we're headed in the right direction? This is also a good shot of the funny car. Yes, I'm certain. There's no telling how far away it is, though. Nothing for it but to keep going, then. You two back there may as well take a nap. I have a feeling we have a good few moms ahead of us. I have to say, it's a touch larger than I was expecting. And is it sleeping? Wow. Is this the first time, like, an area title appearing has made a dramatic sound effect? I don't recall that happening before. No, it's waking up. I don't like the sound of that. Is it a light warden? Shake head. No, I don't think so. Instead of being filled with light, it is light. The first Sin Eater. Everyone's looking at Urianger. Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set that terrible cataclysm in motion. Every thread led to the same conclusion, the same single point. Or single being. Nod. I have reason to believe that the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. And yeah, welcome to Nowhere. Hello and welcome to the stream about Nowhere. She gave everything she had, and won. Gasp. But this abomination could undo her work. Aye, the possibility cannot be denied, though it is oft said that destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Reen, knowest thou of what I speak? The power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature. For what was once shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? Eden. Utopia in Fae, a most auspicious title. Nod. Now that that's settled, perhaps we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a couple of tents on the off chance, but pitching the damned things is something of a fine art. Does anyone fancy helping me? Nod. Everyone is going to help. Maybe we should park closer to it as well, if we're going to be investigating it. Just a thought. Anyway, it's time for the Final Fantasy VIII world map theme. Because Eden is also from Final Fantasy VIII. I believe it is like one of the ultimate, or maybe the ultimate guardian force or something. 8 is one of the Final Fantasies I have played less of. How many footprints can I leave on the ground? Okay, they're starting to fade now. I'm watching the footprints. This is important. 8 is a Final Fantasy I have not played much of. Like, I don't know how much of it I played. I tried to write meow using footprints and it didn't really work. Anyway. If you had to ask me, if I had to answer the question of how far did I get in Final Fantasy VIII, I can say that the one thing I remember doing mechanically is junctioning Quake to my HP. So I got far enough for Quake to exist, but I don't think that's a good indicator. There was like a prison somewhere. Shrug. Though frequent rest may allay the symptoms of prolonged exposure to the empty's ambient ether, 'twould be unwise to linger here overlong. I never realized that putting tents up could be such a bother. Still, I'm glad that we got there in the end. Thancred should be back from scouting the area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. There's not a lot to scout, I would imagine. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Gul Gul in Mordsuk or Yal Yal in Yulmar. It's the, like the parts of, like the gears and whatnot from Alexander. That's fair. Deploy the core. Reen waits anxiously for Thancred to return from surveying the vicinity. I wonder what's taking Thancred so long. Thancred is also trying to write something with footprints. Ah, there he is. Well, that was rather uneventful. Not that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? No, thankfully. There's naught but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, and the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now, before it's fully awake. Meaning what, exactly? When I think about the flood of light, I get the feeling that, rather than destroying everything in its path, what it actually did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that meant that all the plants, animals, and people here could no longer survive. They must have crumbled to dust in the years since. But the ether is still here, lying dormant. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe it can get it flowing again. I don't know for certain, but I think I can use Eden to bring life back to the empty. Now hold on a moment. What makes you think that's even possible, and how do you expect to control that kind of power? Reen's aspirations may not be as preposterous as thou dost surmise. I believe Minfilia halted the Flood of Light's advance, not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. Nod. Aye, as Minfilia's successor, it standeth to reason that Reen doth possess the means to exert her will over Eden, but such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Sucro? I imagine this is easier said than done, or it would put Reen's life at risk. Both of these are true, but probably easier said than done still. Yes, you're probably right, but I have to try. Very well, Reen. You've made up your mind. So, how should we go about this? First, we have to poke it. I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to me that the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I suppose you could call it the core. That giant Talos had a core too. Like a beating heart, it controlled the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, perhaps we could use it to restore the etheric balance? The theory is certainly sound. By employing Ethernet shards as beacons, mayhap we could trace the ethereal flow to Eden's core, and in so doing, secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs first have Reen study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which you may directly communicate with Eden, and mayhap exert a measure of control over it. Gasp. You can really do that, Ariage? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted to me a wealth of knowledge concerning etherology. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging around in its innards, for want of a better term. In all serious, though, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of welcoming party arranged for intruders. Perhaps you'd best lead the way, Sucro? It's true that she's the only one who can defeat a Light Warden, but I'd rather not rely on her any more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten what happened when she absorbed too much light. But as Alize said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down Wardens myself, but the simple fact is I can't. And there's no point pretending I can. That's why I'm asking Sucro. Then perhaps I could. You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, but you'll have to keep an eye on Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of there. Are you sure you want to go through with this? This is what I do best, or for lack of any better plans, this one will have to do. This is what I do best. I hit stuff with a sword. I won't let you down. Though we will remain here, Reen and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via these link pearls. Courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they may be somewhat less reliable than those to which thou art accustomed. Nod. Eden's Gate, Resurrection, now accessible. The duty finder has been updated with a new regular duty. Just jumping right in there, eh? We're ready when you are, Sucro. The teleportation apparatus hath been calibrated successfully, and I believe the probability of irreversible disintegration to be relatively low. I've just remembered that there's a very good Urianger line in this first segment of Eden. I think. I can't get this bloody thing lit. It must be because the ether has stopped flowing just as Reen said. Though if this plan of hers and Urianger's actually works, we might have to stop calling this place the Empty. Oh hey, the fire is dead. Fire confirmed dead. All 4 elements are down. Well. Currently, the mysterious rabbit who often helps is occupied, and so I must brave Eden's Gate alone. This is the only fight in this series that I've done before, but I don't remember much about it. And I haven't read any guides beforehand. Time to die. Time to probably not die because of tank power. I do have over 100,000 hit points when unsynced. I've just noticed this. That'll only help me a little bit. We can enjoy the Final Fantasy VIII world map music while we wait. It's a good song. As far as I'm aware, this game is yet to do any some sort of substantial reference to Final Fantasy IX outside of like Ozma existing and whatnot. And I think they've said at this point that they're going to reference 9 more in the future. But just like this being very Final Fantasy VIII at the start with Eden and the music is making me think about that. And I've mentioned multiple times before how it would be neat if there was like a twin blade tank because of Zidane's not daggers weapon class and how tanks have been structured. But yeah, I hope there's more 9 at some point in the future. They could do a lot of cool stuff with 9. I mean, they have the flamenco. That's also a 9 song that is in the game. They have something named the Prima Vista. There's references here and there, but there's not like a whole lot. Hello and welcome. We are waiting in line for the first fight. The only fight in the raid that I've done before. And I'm musing about Final Fantasy IX not being super represented in this game yet in the meantime, because this is very Final Fantasy VIII. I want to look at the funny car. I wish it had a hitbox. I wish I could jump around on it. I can't jump up the tents either, man. Probably jump on the boxes though, right? Yeah, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. In terms of our vertical position. What, can I not jump on this one? Or is that box just very picky? There we go. I did it. I'd love to be able to get that mount at some point as well. Ever since this funny car first appeared, when I was actually like actively playing the game and I did this part for the first time, I was like, I hope they add that as a mount, and then they did, but it's in Savage, so I can't just go grab it. But it is a good funny car. Looks kind of like a frog's face if you look at it from this angle. But yeah, like, if they ever do add a lot of FF9 stuff, there's a lot of cool stuff they could do. There could be a twin blade class, like I keep saying. There's a ton of good music they could add. There's lots of cool areas. There's like the Lifa tree or Ifa tree. I forget if it's an I or an L. There's like Memoria, I think is the name of a place. It's been a while since I played 9. It'd be really funny if they added like Chocobo's Sky Garden or whatever. There's like the forest at the start of the game is pretty cool and iconic. There's a lot of stuff. I'm sure you could probably manage it unsynced as a group, but not by yourself. And you'd probably need like not a small group either. I don't really have a lot of people I could recruit for such a thing. Is the issue with that, I guess. It could be done, I'm sure. But you just need a lot of people for it. Once the next expansion releases and we're 20 levels above the cap, we probably still won't be able to solo it, but it'll be a little easier to try it with less than a full party. I get the feeling that the wait times for all of these raids are going to be somewhat significant. There is currently no particular incentive to be doing these for like the average player who has already done them before. Other than they like the fights or they want the glamour, but well, from my understanding, Warrior is particularly good at soloing stuff because of the amount of healing that they have. But yeah. Yeah, I guess we have to rely on people running raid roulette and landing in this. We might be here for a while. It would be very funny to me personally if we had a stream where I was like, okay, it's time to do old content. And then literally hours of the stream was spent waiting in line and nothing ever happened. I think that would be amusing, but also kind of depressing. I'm drawing a paperclip, I guess. Just kidding, now it's an oval. Welcome to Mario Kart Baby Park. The shape, also known as just an oval. Now it's a circle. Now I'm winning that one Mario Odyssey minigame, where you have to walk in a perfect circle to get a moon. This could probably make somebody dizzy, so I shouldn't. Yeah, walking directly in my own footsteps, in fact. According to the party formation information, both tanks are present, but no healers or DPS are currently here. Hey, does Norvrant not have a moon? Oh wait, no, there it is. Hello, the moon. Does this game have different moon phases, actually? This is not something I know. Pirate or ninja? The classic internet question. Well, ninja is the only one of those that's playable in Final Fantasy XIV. You can't play as a pirate in this game. So I guess Sucro would be incapable of selecting pirate in this question, for what that's worth. I don't really have a strong opinion on this debate. I think both of them can be cool. That might not be the most exciting of answers, but... Oh, the moon is actually moving in the sky, too, I've just noticed. That's... I guess they're almost playable. Marauder is a common pirate class. I wonder if the moon on the first is relevant in any way. Because I know you go to the moon in Endwalker, but it's probably the moon on the source. I think that would depend on what sort of armor or whatever the Marauder was using, but like the typical Marauder, like the typical Lomensin, oh there we go, Marauder doesn't necessarily like look like a pirate at first glance to me. Captain Carvalane, like that might be a guy where I like, that's probably a pirate. By the way, speaking of Final Fantasy VIII, be careful, huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? Keeper of Knowledge, Eden Prime. Speaking of Final Fantasy VIII, it's time for Final Fantasy VIII music. Again, but like remixed. Okay. My portrait messed up. Cool. The other tank is in tank stance. I will assume the role of off-tank. The other tank has initiated a countdown. And then somebody else pulled. Lamau. Comedy. I'm already messing up my rotation a lot. That's fine. I should probably consider doing like a warm-up before. Oh, I didn't even... Vice and Virtue. I didn't even press Requiescat correctly. Now the tank is making the boss turn around a lot for some reason. Oh, this is, I guess we move behind to that one. No, come back, my rotation. Portal. What's this mean? Ow. Whoa, cool move. I see. I'm guessing I'll grab one, other tank grabs the other. Seems like a safe bet here. Ready to unleash eternal breath. That sounds bad. My understanding is that this is literally the Eden summon animation from 8, but like recreated. Shot for shot, almost frame for frame. That's really good. Whee! When are they going to add Sephiroth and do a shot for shot, frame for frame recreation of Supernova? I guess I didn't need to back away for that. Or maybe I didn't. Several cutscenes will play in sequence warning, and a boss fight would be very funny. I'm using my gap closer responsibly. And not off cooldown. I'm using it to close gaps occasionally. Shoutouts to me. That's my improvement for today. I realized partway through that fight that it was probably a good idea to save one use of it in reserve. Cube! I just noticed one of the party members is a Lalafell with a pompadour. Nod. And in fact, the Lalafell with the pompadour is the only person remaining to accept a commendation. I'll worry about those later. I got 2 commendations. Though we anticipated some form of resistance, I did not foresee Eden generating a smaller replica of itself. To think that a mere fraction of its power could manifest such a powerful adversary is frightening indeed. I guess Urianger wasn't around for the Alexander raid series, because that same thing happened. Did we never tell Urianger about Alexander? Does he just not know about that? It seems that we'll have to wait for the ether within Eden to stabilize before we can all teleport to the core. It seems that Thancred's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing that you couldn't handle. And I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Ethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we need. Why don't we give them a try? Cube! I want to take a funny picture of Sucro in the cube zone. Behold, cube. Standing around and waiting is hardly my forte, though I dare say I'm more suited to this than whatever Urianger is doing. Though the apparatus is now in place, a number of minute adjustments must needs be made before attempting to assert control over Eden. Oh, that's the same pattern that was like summoned at some point, or was on the boss floor maybe? Or maybe both of those things? Once Urianger has acted the device, it's my turn. The time hath come, Reen. Nod. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now, not when I'm so close. Urianger! I am unharmed, but what of Reen? No, you listen to me! I'll use both of my hands. It's kind of funny because, like, the universal gesture of interacting with a magical object is to extend your hand towards it, but what if you used both of them? Reen, be careful! I also, like, I was just fighting it, but did it have a cape in that fight? I forgot there was a cape if it did. The cubes have been replaced with fancier objects and lights. Well, I'm glad that's over, but for how long? The beast's fury hath subsided. One fell swoop. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Questioning head tilt? Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far to the camp, or from the camp. Even now, thou art... Reen, what's going on? Above us, something's coming this way, an enemy. But how dost thou... could it be a Sin Eater? I can't see them clearly, but no, that's impossible. What is it? They're inside, too, lots of them trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I would have tidied the place up. Japes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. This is the Urianger line I was thinking of earlier. That's a really good line. This is also because I think the word japes is very funny. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. Nod. And Sucro can welcome our airborne adversary. Nod. Okay, I might have done this second fight. I forgot about it, though. Reen, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of, preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl. All right, everyone, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether, so I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. Determined. Memory games, eh? Eden's Gate, Descent. I think I've done this fight, but I'd forgotten that it existed entirely. Come on, Eden, show me what you can do. Board the platform. Well, I'll do that in a moment. First, a BRB. Hello, I am here. This box art that I made, that is based on the Evo Search for Eden box art, is still very silly. Anyway. Time to wait in the line. Well, I'm glad you like it. Let's wait in a line somewhere with less ominous music. No one is currently out here. Oh yeah, that makes sense. It is flying. For a better view of said silly box art while we're waiting. Here. This could also be a good, like, yeah. A good, video thumbnail. There are many options, but yeah, here's the silly box art. The reason Sucro is peeking around the title is actually very specific. Which is because, if I can find a decent image of it, that'll work. The Evo Search for Eden box art, upon which this is based, has the dinosaurs peeking around the V. So I attempted to do something somewhat similar. That's all. That's my funny joke. Who could that shadowy figure be? I don't actually know when that shadowy figure becomes relevant, but I can say that in the course of finding a transparent image of said shadowy figure, I did accidentally learn something about them that I shouldn't know. So that's another thing to go on the list of facts that I shouldn't know that I have. Oh well. I'll mention that when it becomes apparent in the actual video game, instead of now. But that's fine. This seems to have a larger wait time than the previous one, according to the average wait time indicator. But who knows? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm looking at a menu. Arbitrarily. Unable to summon minions here. But my cushion! Ah well. Clearly what I should be doing while waiting. Is farming for the boss your weapon. Oh, never mind. See, the real ploy there was as soon as I tried to do anything else, the queue would occur. The wait would immediately be over upon trying to do anything else while waiting for it. This is the rule of how this works. A watched pot never boils and all that. A watched DPS never wakes up. As they say. What the? Oh. You needn't even jump here. Oh, hey, up, down, up, down, up, down. This is some sort of exercise. It's that exercise where you rapidly step onto and off of a little stool. I did it. Void Walker. Okay, sure. Ah, we have the same other tank. By my hand, the veil between our worlds is torn open. What the heck do you mean by that, eh? Oh, this other tank is also a Sprout. I wonder if they are doing these at the same time. Gaze into the abyss and despair! I guess we probably just avoid contact with those. Unholy darkness. Oh shit. I wonder if that actually worked in time. It is too late to beg forgiveness. Your fate is sealed. Okay. I don't know what any of this means. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Everyone has to gather around Sucro because she's about to explode. There we go. And yeah, that is true. There are no voids in here. So that is weird. Okay, I misunderstood when this would go off. Or maybe it will be... Yeah, okay. My uptime. Oh no. May shadow blot out the light. From beyond the rift, your doom draws near. Your evil will not go unpunished. I'm guessing we need to stand in these? Yeah. That's sort of a trick to make you think you have to run away now. But not yet. The Hand of Erebos manifests. Well, okay. Guess I'll stand over here then. Oh, I'm petrified. Cool. No problem. The person with the stored stack marker tried to run away for a bit. But then they realized what was happening. But then the boss died before that was a problem. Nod. Well. Sucro, no. I just want to take a closer look at this armor. Oops. How mysterious. I learned nothing by looking at this armor, but it's cool armor. Cool sword also. I don't want to fill my inventory with stuff. 3 commendations, wow, cool. I don't remember if I did that fight before or not. I might have. Sucro, thank goodness you're unharmed. I definitely haven't done anything after this part, though, I think. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No, I won't let you! Won't let us do what? Damn the light, damn you all! Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? I don't remember this scene, at least. Well, that doesn't seem good for them. She's alive, but there's something strange about her ether. Hello, and welcome. She didn't seem too pleased with Reen taking control of Eden, which may be what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. 'Tis plain she is not a sin-eater, not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. Nod. She was a whole boss fight, even. That's scary stuff. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. Weird line read. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it very clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset, so I'll take her to the camp. Group nod. That armor must be heavy. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Nod. I have yet to discover the means by which the exterior was breached, though it would appear that the fiends that Thancred and I slew were of a similar nature to those led by thine own adversary. Void-sent, in other words. Though I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power, I've never seen anything like it. What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Void-sent may enter. But pray tell, Reen, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl or her servants. And I can't really explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Selk. Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian, she may yet be thrall to Zodiark. Maybe we'll be able to find out more when she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all, I've made an exciting discovery. Nod. Mayhap Eden hath imparted unto Reen some manner of ancient knowledge? Or any drop to drink. So this is officially a part that I definitely haven't seen before, or played before at least. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works. And therefore the true nature of the flood of light? Yes, it affected the balance of all of the ether in the empty, shifting it so far toward the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. The power to tip the scales. Nod. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't the foggiest idea of where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Reen, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. 'Twould be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. Nod. Maybe we'll learn about Mystery Armor Lady, too. Or maybe she's in a tent right now, taking a nap. Probably that. I'm curious to know what connection that girl has to Eden, if only she'd told us a bit more before she collapsed. Still sleeping soundly, I'm afraid. If I'd known she'd take so long to come around, I'd have brought a good book or two to pass the time. Sucro's like, book? Somebody say book? Sucro enjoys a book. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Ariane, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over one small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energies would be better spent revitalizing each element in order that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is how. Sucro, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Surely not, or Moogles? Well, there are a lot of elemental primals, and I do know a little bit about what's going to happen, so surely not. Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word, for to even speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. Though invite it we must, as the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louis Soir once did on the fields of Carteneau. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity, which must subsequently be dispersed in the traditional fashion. So defeat it, in other words, but is that even possible? I break my fast on primals. It's either that or being torn to shreds, or to be honest, I'm not entirely sure I can. Well, it's either that or being torn to shreds, I guess. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities, Sucro. Nod. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you'll be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrand was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water, yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us where we need to go. And I shall prepare for the summoning. Thangrid, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event that she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here twiddling my thumbs. Nod. I must needs go and purchase 9,999 crystals from the market boards. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Urianger's madcap schemes. And yeah, this is sort of like an additional ironic note, or like weird twist on what we've been doing for the first, summoning primals to fix the world. That's a good point. Though, come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something that's a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Perhaps that's not how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Reen's acquitted herself well in this whole Eden business, but I think she needs to slow down a little. We're in no hurry after all. So, we can now, from the information that I'm supposed to know now, we can assume that we're going to be fighting some sort of approximation of Leviathan. And I did know beforehand that we would be fighting approximations of primals. And I think I know 5 things that we're going to fight. I think. Oh? Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna ask. I was thinking of asking if you wanted to participate. Feel free to join in, Karma. Sure, you can queue up too. Go for it, why not? Leviathan is the ideal candidate to embody the element of water. Be warned that the circumstances of said summoning differ greatly from that of the primal encountered in the source, and the results are difficult to predict. Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw out the water-aspected ether. The rest is up to you, Sucro. Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. Oh, I get it, like the flood, like the Leviathan will do, because water. Eden's Gate Inundation is now accessible. When you're ready, I'll have Eden teleport you there. It would appear that the summoning was a success, though Leviathan hath yet to reveal himself. Alright. So. Let me know when you're online, and I will toss you an invite, and then we will queue up. First, I will clear my selection. It's a shame I can't summon minions, because I think I have a wind-up Leviathan somewhere. Maybe? There, yeah. Imagine if Sucro just conjured a tiny wind-up Leviathan and then, like, kicked it into the sky. And that was how Eden worked, instead of whatever is about to happen. It rocketed into the air and then made a cartoon, like, sparkle when it reached a sufficient distance. Oh, I didn't realize what you meant by that for a second. Okay. There's no worry about any time spent. We're not in a hurry here. Alright. I just wanted to go to the less exciting music zone. Invite to party. Ah, 14, like the video game that we're playing. Feel free to be any job that you wish to be. Tank, DPS, healer. You want it? It's yours, my friend. And let me know when you're ready to... Okay. Inundation. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. We are now in line. Each of these lines has taken about like 5 to 10 minutes, I think, so far. Or at least they've said they will. I haven't really been keeping track of the actual time. I think the first one took like 12 or something, maybe. Hello, and welcome, briefly. We are, in fact, at the part where we're summoning primals. It's almost time for Leviathan. We've encountered a mysterious knight. And also a Final Fantasy VIII summon, which is also over there. A mysterious knight who appears to have the power to summon Void Scent. This specific raid has one of your favorite little jokes? Ah, interesting. Hey, Thancred. Hey, Thancred. Poke, poke. Hey, Thancred. Poke, poke. Thancred is unmoved. Poke, poke. Alright, time to speed this up by trying to do anything else during the wait time. The perfect strategy that did in fact work for E2. However we abbreviate these things. EN2, because it's not Savage, I guess. E2N, okay. Fair enough.
Oh no. Here we go. So they're finally here,
dear. Oh
performing
no.
for you. If you know the words, you can join in too. Put your hands together, if you want to clap, as we take you through this monkey rap. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well. He's finally back, to kick some tail. His coconut gun came firing spurts. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. He's larger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first member of the DK crew. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. This Kong's got style, so listen up dudes. She can shrink in size, to suit her mood. She's quick and nimble, when she needs to be. She can float through the air, and climb up trees. If you choose her, you'll not choose wrong. With a skip and a hop, she's one cool Kong. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to, and stretch his arms
Now
out
this is going to be
just
going
for
into
you.
the fight, oh no.
Inflate himself, just like a balloon. This silly Kong just digs this tune. Huh? DK,
This is the new
Donkey
Leviathan
Kong.
theme.
DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again. And about time too.
He is back
and
again.
This time, he's in the mood.
I guess
he
he's
can
in the
fly
mood.
real high.
He is flying.
With his jetpack on, with his pistols out, he's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile
Inheritor
when he
of the
plays
world.
his tune, but gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. Huh? Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny.
Rise,
Can make
ocean,
it funny.
swallow this
Cry
forsaken
out for
land.
money. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease, makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one heck of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts,
This
pineapple
song-
smells, grapes, melons, oranges,
DK
and
rap
coconut
playing right now
shells.
is
Aw yeah. Walnuts, peanuts,
making you lose a little bit of my
grapes, melons,
mind.
oranges, and coconut shells. Aw yeah.
Anyway, Leviathan. We get remixes of the music too, and it's really cool. This is one thing I was aware of, the primal fights. And a little bit of them because of like, you gotta listen to all the music even if you're not actively playing the game at a time. The song even sounds like a little bit distorted. Like everything's a little bit jumbled because this is a memory. The fight and the... oh. Was I supposed to notice that was happening? Oops. Sucre, I'll use Eden's power! I don't know how I was supposed to notice the tidal wave. I got a bit lost. I'll try and pay attention to... This should hold for now, but be careful. Okay, like those two sides are gonna do something. Surge, tides, crush, waves, let none be spared. Are we doing this again? Oh, that's interesting. Your course shall feed the vortex. Okay, I saw you cast Tidal Wave this time. So it is something that is shown to be casting. Okay, Undersea Quake is that, I guess. Not again. Hold on, I'll try to rebuild it. I also don't know how I avoided that, to be fair. Leviathan, Leviathan. Nod. I do not want any of this. A most emphatic victory, Sucro. Unfortunately, we cannot yet be certain if the ether is behaving as predicted. That was incredible. Is this what a primal looks like? Well, kind of, mostly. It's pretty close. Not quite the same then, but why is that? The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied upon Sucro's experiences of Leviathan, and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Oh, the game even outright says this thing that you pointed out, where other water-aspected things are part of this. Oh no. I was thinking about how gap closers could go wrong there a little bit, I think. Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it? Explaining. If you finish slaying your primal or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see. You got it. What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. Nod. I'm going to take all of the outdated critical hit materia I can get and then sell it to a vendor. I guess. I hear the sound of water. That seems like a good sign. Sucro, look! Oh, this is gonna be really cool seeing all this get, like, restored over time as we do these fights, isn't it? Like, this is a part that I hadn't seen. Like, I think I knew the general premise of trying to restore the different aspects of ether and whatnot, but I haven't actually seen any of the empty gradually being restored. By the 12's good grace, 'tis a marvel to behold. Keep lower grade materia to put into a lower level job. I honestly don't feel like that's super necessary. I didn't bother with materia until I had the highest level of equipment that I could purchase. and I was fine the entire time as a tank, which is relatively, probably, a little more gear reliant than some other classes, though I was also always really ahead of the curve. I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Sucro. Determined. Smile. Nod. Meanwhile, Mystery Knight is taking a nap through water reforming into existence, I guess. Maybe it's not super loud. You know, when I first heard Urianger's plan, I didn't know what to expect. But then that enormous crystal appeared and water came gushing forth and, well... Such a profound transformation, though the change appears to be limited to an area no more than a few malms in diameter. I mean, that's true about materia, but I still feel like it's probably not super necessary for leveling. Super seismic! I think this proves that the water-aspected ether is no longer lying dormant. So what element should we realign next, Urianger? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that, forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. It would have been funny if the quest name was completely incorrect. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual Void Scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Reen, perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. Thancred, I could lend you one of my books that I probably have. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. If all goes well, you won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Nod. Oh, it's gonna be really cool seeing this place gradually get restored. I'm excited for that. Once more into the empty, my dear friend. Thou art prepared, I presume. Now, before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrand, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, what could be a more fitting choice than Titan? I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? He's worshipped by the kobolds, or the landslides! The landslides! It's very funny that this is an option. I guess I will choose it. It sounds like you had a rather traumatic experience. But if our last battle is anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Sucro remembers, yes? I personally may have had that traumatic experience in the past, but Sucro probably hasn't. I don't know. I think any Titan-related trauma that we have is probably more related to Gabu than anything. Aye, 'twould be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee not, I fear. Nod. All right, Sucro. Once you're ready, we'll be on our way. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Sucro? I'm just realizing, did I call the previous fight 2? Because that was 3. Memories of Titan come tumbling back. Okay, they are doing the relevant verb to the element thing. Because it was flooding for Leviathan. I see what you're doing. Eden's Gate Sepulchre. Remember, the primal will almost assuredly be vastly different from that which thou didst lay low on the source. The terrain around here seems a bit rough, but Eden can give you something more level to stand on. Okay, Thancred's not here. I was gonna try and talk to him. Well. Before we proceed, I will once again be right back. It's important to take breaks.
Yeah, yo. I'm the tallest of mountains, I am the roughest of waves, I'm the toughest of terrors, I am the darkest of days, I'm the last one that's standing. Don't try to stand in my way, cause I've been up against better, just take a look at my face. Cause if you're messing with me, I am a dangerous weapon, I am the sharpest of blades, I'll cut you down in a second, cause I was born in this pain, it only hurts if you let it, so if you think you can take me, then you should go and forget it. And after all this time, you're back for more. I won't stop until they know my name, so I'll take what's mine and start this war. I'm coming at you like a tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave.
Oh no.
When everything you know has come and gone, you are at your lowest, I am rising higher, only scars remain of who I was, what I find in the ashes, you lose in the fire, when there's no one left to carry on, this is an illusion, open up your eyes and, this pain, persists, I can't, resist, but that's what it takes to be infinite. Yeah, so look around you, and tell me what you really see, I never end, and that's the difference in you and me, cause when your time is up, and everything is falling down, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now. So look around you, and tell me what you really see, you live a lie, and that's the difference in you and me, I have the power, let me show you what it's all about, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now? Who is gonna save you now? I am the tallest of mountains, and don't you ever forget it.
I won't.
If you step in the ring, then you're gonna regret it. Take it, cause if you're messing with me, then you should know that it's over. I don't crumble for nothing, I've got the world on my shoulders, meow.
Meow. Is everyone ready for Eden Titan? Ah, I see. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Titan. Whoa! Instantaneous! I completely did not expect that one to be immediate. Yep, Titan. Large rock humanoid. Instant, but a DPS was asleep. Alright, well thanks for stopping by and helping out, and I hope you have a good game night shenanigans. No, the DPS was asleep. No. They're all so sleepy, those damage dealing people. Time for some breakbeats, I guess. Also, Titan is made of wheels. That's fine. Scream. Ah, different tank this time. From the heart of a mountain I rise. I forgot. I keep forgetting to make my portrait work. Extreme G as Hex song going on here. You could race a futuristic bike to this music if you wanted to. What? No! Oh, come on. There is no salvation for the sons of man. No. I totally should have gotten away from that one. Maybe. Oh, I see. That time I just used arm's length. So there. I am unbreakable, unstoppable. I shall grind you to dust, mortal. Oh. Well, I didn't know you would do that. I didn't know that would happen. Your fleeting, meaningless existence ends here. Bow down, Overdweller. Hey, that's the lyric in the music. So this is one of those fights where you have to know things. You have to learn by dying a little bit, maybe. I am at 7 on aggro as the off tank. Due to having died twice. I will simply follow the other tank around. In fact, paradise found, 1. Other than the 2 surprise deaths, that went pretty well. Oh, there's some sort of minion. I guess everything dies too fast for a car to happen twice. Eden's Gate complete. I did it. and got a commendation. And I'm sneezing. Ahem. Well fought, Sucro. Well fought indeed. That thou wert able to triumph over this avatar of primordial rage is testament to thy... French. Dang it. Puissance, I think. I forgot how to say this again. Puissance? Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? He never stood a chance against me, or yes, if I'd put one foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. So all it would have taken is a momentary lapse of concentration? I don't like the sound of that. But more importantly, you've defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. I can't wait to see how much of a difference we made this time. I'm going to sneeze more. Sneezing fit has engaged. Sort of. If only this part had voice acting so I could be spared a moment. Anyway. Did we really do all of this? Aye, it would appear that balance has returned to the element of earth, and yet... the transformation hath affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations. Then the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of... Reen! I'm not sure I would call what I experienced with that fight difficulty, so much as 2 surprise instant kills. One because I didn't quite parse the AoE marker correctly enough, and the other because I didn't know what the attack was going to do, and I wasn't following everyone else's lead well enough. Those are the only ways that I could pin those on me specifically. Oh hey, a certain rabbit might be available in half a second. By the way, shoutouts to Karma for helping out with those 2 fights. We might have a different helper soon. Wait. Hey, this was working when I started the stream! It's breaking mid-stream now? What on earth is happening? I can't shoot the gun. Why? I refuse to restart everything. No. Okay, so here's the thing. If I don't restart anything, it's gonna bother me the entire time. But if I do restart everything, it's gonna take 5 minutes again. Sigh. Okay, it seems to work. It didn't take 5 minutes, it only took a few minutes. Perhaps I ought to... Stream Deck keeps prompting me to update it. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I need to restart the entire computer again. Also, who knows? Yeah, that happens sometimes. Are you all right? Perhaps asserting her will over Eden hath taken its toll. The next piece of the puzzle. Oh, I just noticed that the ground is like more... It's not completely white. The earth part was less visible during night. It's nothing. That didn't look like nothing to me. You'd better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we've still got work to do. Nay, Thancred hath the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Green, thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth hath been restored, continued exposure to the empty stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. I should probably get away from the empty and rest for a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. Urianger has made a habit of keeping secrets. It seems to me that Reen isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our sleeping beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Sucro could go on ahead and have a word with them in Lord Souk, we'll catch up to you once Urianger has finished whatever it is he needs to do. Nod, nod. Perhaps thou too shouldst accompany her on the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met. I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the first forever. The time will come for Reen and I to part ways and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urianger. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Reen is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. Natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Thancred and Urianger bickering is kind of funny. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Sucro, you'd better take the Sky Slipper with Reen. She doesn't have her driver's license yet. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. Nod. We shall await news of thy safe arrival in Amareng. Absolutely. Co-op dad action. Reen is over there. We'll have to decide whether it's worth posting Crystarium guards to watch over Eden while we're gone. As there's little risk of our camp being ransacked, it may be left unattended in our absence. You say that now, but what if Mysterious Knight 2 shows up? And, well, we don't really have anything to steal, do we? By the way, I think I've decided to put a little bit more into, like, the voice acting. Not, like, full exaggerated voice acting like I was doing for a long time, but I'm just trying to at least do, like, line reads and slight differences between voices. You probably noticed that, I don't know. I just felt it should be mentioned at some point. It seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. Shake head. Well, if you say so. I probably shouldn't stay in the empty for any longer than necessary, though. So do you want to take the first shift piloting, or shall I? Okay, I guess she is allowed to drive. I don't have a driver's license either, so I only have a Chocobo license. Isn't that right, Boaster? Anyway. I also have a motorcycle, but I'm driving it illegally. I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. I have no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. I wonder how did they pass the time? What funny road trip games did Sucro and Reen play? Probably not I Spy, or any variant thereof, because there's nothing to see. Ha! I said that before you said that. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. Nod. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. What, the ancient lizards? I'm 20 levels higher than them. They won't bother us. Oh, this place seems like where we talked to Minfilia, because that's what it is. When I first spoke to Thancred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. Nod. But now that we've found Eden, I know I made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been, or what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world is not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is, and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it'll be all my fault. It's no good, I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Sucro? If Alphino were here, he'd talk things through with her. Even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out, or there's not much we can do until she's awake. Weird that we can cite Emmett Selk here. Interesting. But if Alphino always says diplomacy is a good idea. Yes, like that time in Yulmore. Even when confronting Vothri, he tried his hardest to find a peaceful solution. Hopefully, she'll be a bit more willing to listen. Nod. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Urianger's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using, and since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Yeah, like there's some you could reach that line of dialogue through a certain amount of reasoning. It makes sense. It's just not a dialogue that I would choose. And I also don't think it'd be the best thing to say to Reen, maybe? Like, that was the main reason I didn't choose it, is because I don't think we should bring up Emmett Selk out of nowhere to Reen. I think she's already having a difficult enough time. We can bring up Alphino. Alphino's our friend. But yeah, just mentioning that guy. Not the greatest thing to do out of nowhere. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's right, it's Biggs and Wedge. No, that's Ghoul Ghoul, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently, he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Ah, Reen! What a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. Sucro, I'd like you to meet Luri. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Smile and nod. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. Nod. I'll take it from here, Sucro. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. Yeah, I get to pick more outdated materia. There have been a few other scenes in Eden of characters like speaking without text boxes, but they're not nearly as like pronounced or prolonged as the ones that were in the intro to Bozja. They're just kind of there to like establish that people are talking about things that you don't really need to know, because they're probably just like saying information that's already been established and like whatnot, or saying stuff that's going to be established in the next text boxes. It doesn't feel like they're cutting dialogue here like it does with Bozja. I see. I mean, I guess that is true. Ah, hello, and welcome. The mobile armor, as you call it, is Eden, a something that seems to be made of light that was found in the middle of the vast desert of, well, where the flood of light had affected the world. Thus far, we have activated Eden, causing it to rise out of the ground. Reen has sort of attuned to it so that she can sort of control it and interact with it to some degree. We were attacked by a mysterious knight who seemed to have powers of the void, which was unseen previously on the first. And she exclaimed, like, "What am I doing here? What's going on?" And stuff like that before passing out after we defeated her. And then after that, we decided that the best way to restore ether to the empty was to focus on one element at a time, because the ether in the empty, like, there's still ether there. It's all just been sort of like frozen, basically, put into stasis. So we're restoring ether to the empty by focusing on one element at a time and summoning primals effectively, and then defeating them to disperse that ether into the area. So far, we have fought reimagined versions of Leviathan and Titan. Thus, we have released water and earth into the once barren landscape, which is why there's brown, and there's also water over to the left that you can't see. I think that's a summary of everything so far, more or less. I see. The summary of the major plot points, not all the individual character details. Though it is mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Reen and Sucro until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. The Oracle of Darkness. The what of who? Look, I know Reen is the Oracle of Light, but we have a different Oracle? By the way, this is a part of the game I don't know everything about, and I haven't done most of it before. Yeah. Reen's trying to become more independent and confident, and Thancred and Urianger have ended up being, like, both sort of father figures that bicker with each other sometimes. What do you mean, the Oracle of Darkness? I pray it is not true. Well, Thancred, if it wasn't true, I don't think we would have seen that scene, so it's probably true. Oh, what do you want? Away with the fairy. Who's that in that picture? And what do you want? How might I be of service? Oh, this is probably unlocking Eden Savage, isn't it? Ah, that's so many things. I wonder if I should be caring about any of the Eden stuff. Let's take a look at what the armor looks like. Look above the relic exchange shop? Okay, I'll keep that in mind for... Alright, this is okay, I suppose. Not really my style. The hair on the helmet gives it sort of a Monster Hunter vibe to me, which is a very specific thing for that to be from. It's not like a terribly Monster Hunter design in general, but like that aspect of the helm gives me that sort of vibe. There's also sword. All right, that's a pretty cool sword, actually. So that's good. This is the sword and shield from the second tier, I would imagine. So there are not weapons for the first tier then? Maybe? I don't know. Weapons are Savage rewards only. Okay. Eden's Gate Apocrypha. That would be Savage then. And these are all the same things, but like you can acquire them in a different way. Oh wait, no, they're higher level. And they can be dyed. Okay, got it. But we can look and see what is in our future, I suppose. So this is the... Honestly, I should just be going to the Apocrypha part. Okay, so this is Eden 2's armor and sword and shield. Or Eden Wing 2, I should say. Also not exactly my style, but you know what? Sure. It's not terrible or anything. And then Eden's Promise Apocrypha. Oh, that's very different, isn't it? Very different mood for these. There's a rose on the shield. And also some sort of lattice pattern. Fancy coat. Fancy coat with a lot of unnecessary buckles and belt-like whatever is going on here. We need to add more greebles to the coats. The mask is funny. Yeah, this feels like a very Dark Knight sort of thing for sure. Again, not super my style, I think. Too many random buckles and belts and whatnot. I prefer simpler stuff generally. This feels like they just greebled it up, as nobody says. But like, it's not bad. I wouldn't say this is bad, it's just not my style, that's all. Dye works pretty well with it, since it leaves accent colors intact. Always love that for dyes. The mask doesn't particularly get terribly dyed. But the mask is like... To me, the mask is the most usable part of this, for my personal tastes. But also, I don't think Sucro would wear a funny mask at any point. I like the mask. I like the coat a bit too. It's just not my style, that's all. I'm making sure that nobody thinks I'm insulting their fashion sense. I'll worry about... Oh, hey. Who's this? You did tell me to look up, and then I almost forgot. Actually, I don't know if there's any single-player trials upcoming, but I will invite you nonetheless. Free of sin, though not for lack of trying. What does that mean, minion description writer? For Eden Minor over here. In a demonstration of its godlike power that may be generously termed unfathomable, Eden created this tiny being in its image. Fortunately, the amount of ether Eden Minor can manipulate is so minuscule that, despite its best efforts, it poses little danger to the world at large. Oh, that's what it means. It means it's trying to do a violence. Weird entity. From what was shattered may be... For what was once shattered may be forged anew. Strange creature. You get out of here. Alright, I'll worry about Savage later. Probably don't really need to do that, unless there's interesting dialogue for unlocking it, like there was for Omega. But for now... Ah, there you are. I'm part of the team helping with the highly classified and very, very secret thing. Questioning head tilt? The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Gasp. Nod. Yell for it, and Sucro too. We heard the news from Thancred, is it true? Nod. Why yes, it most certainly is. Apparently, her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. She's lost her memory? Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thancred's with her now, is she? Or is he? Yes, he's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I'd anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. Actually, yeah, that's also a good point. Being named Gaia is funny considering the Evo jokes. I had not considered that part. I knew of Gaia in advance because that's the sort of knowledge that one just sort of knows in advance at this point. Unless they're very adept at avoiding all knowledge. I don't know too much about her. I know a few things. Some things that I shouldn't. But I did know the name Gaia and who she was. Well, actually, I don't think I knew immediately that the knight was Gaia until they started saying that the knight was a she, lady, her person. I don't know why I phrased it that way. Once they started using pronouns, I was like, oh, that's probably Gaia. Anyway. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I'd anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. Nod. And yeah, it is pretty cool that Evo, The Search for Eden, was actually a remake of a PC 98 game. Good grief, are you always this slow? At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. Are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? You seem grumpy. You also look very tired. Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Thancred, you're back! So this is the nature of Gaia. You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Urianger. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. So, did you learn anything useful? Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulemoor is patchy at best. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. You are wearing uncomfortable-looking heel boot shoes, so... Okay, yeah, Thancred is agreeing. And perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? Introducing the new character class in 7.0, the Luggage Wielder. These Thancred animations were actually a precursor to the weapon animations for the new character type class job. Yeah, Gaia, what's up with your boots? They seem horribly inconvenient for what we're up to. I've got so many things I want to ask, but I probably shouldn't bombard her with questions. Amnesia. 'Tis troubling, though not entirely unexpected. Bagleech. Leash. That would be quite a name. Well, I've given you my early impression of Gaia, but I'd be interested in hearing your opinion. Go on and talk to her and see what you make of her situation. I thought she was kicking her feet for a second. I don't know how I interpreted that. She is sitting in the exact same posture as Reen, though I think that's just because they are both using the Midlander model. It's funny, though. Well? So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us? Not falling unconscious? Nod. Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further... Not now, Urianger. She's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty, as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Though, I would ask you, Sucro, to not let your guard down just yet. Glance. So you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. Maybe I just have one of those faces, or so you should, considering you tried to kill me. Maybe I just have one of those faces, you know, the ones that are the face. Perhaps you just didn't make much of an impression. But to be honest, I do feel that since meeting you, those hazy memories are becoming slightly clearer. Shake head. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou did expect these events. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me. The what now? I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me. I can hear its voice in my head. I don't think Gaia's reacted to Urianger's speaking yet. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. Gaia, do you have void scent like Reapers do? You were summoning void thing. Are you Are you like a Reaper but not Gaia? Maybe? And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the ether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th. What? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? That's partially a reaction to Urianger speaking, but also a bunch of terminology that she doesn't know. I think. Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him, and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor waving a sword, that doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Nod. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. Oh, you are telling me this, then? The Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmett Selk. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she's remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within, much like you and Minfilia. And though Reen was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Shake head. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yulmore? That's right, though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Yeah, probably. Well, it all started when... Explain the entire plot. Nod. Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vothri fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. From what Gaia's told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us, but how was she able to resist Vothri's control? Nod. Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. Nod. Much thinking. This is just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason, made me go after it. Nod. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat, so I'm going and that's that. Gaia, wait! Insufferable, utterly insufferable, and yet we can't well leave her to our own devices. Come on. It would be funny if she was a scholar. Search for Gaia at the designated location. But I thought we were searching for Eden. She can't have gone far, especially not in those heels. That's why she has heels, because she's a scholar. Do you get it? It's because Scholar is a healer. Get away from me! Nod. Thank you for saying my joke is good. Oh. Antlion. It's wiggling. Gaia! It seems I have no choice. Well, it certainly seems like a dark aspected orb of energy. And that did what? Oh, the timer noise. So she's got time magic, or at least like delayed magic. Just like the boss fight. That makes sense. Nod. I wonder what the significance of the timer, like, delay is. Oh! Oh, you're right, Oracle. In Final Fantasy V, at 5, what? FF5 Advance, the Oracle could, like... Basically, they have the Future Sight Pokemon move. I forgot about that. But you're right, that's basically what she's doing. Except more, like, controllable. What am I? Ugh. If that's actually the intent, that's really good. Even if it's not, it's still really good. I'm not entirely sure what I just witnessed, but I'm glad she's unharmed. Powers befitting the Oracle of Darkness. When you fought Gaia, she opened void gates, yes? Back in the Source, portals such as those were all too common, but tearing open the veil between the 1st and the 13th is a different matter entirely. We should be thankful that she's not of a mind to turn that power against us, for now. A most fascinating application of ethereal manipulation. The destructive blast did manifest a significant span of time after the initial casting. With sufficient mastery of such a technique, a second spell could be made to smite the target at precisely the same moment. While it would demand exceptional ethereal control, its tactical potential cannot be denied. Okay, what if the physical DPS class that they add in 7.0 is a ranged DPS with the idea of, like, the, move slowly during a cast bar mechanic of the PvP, and then the caster is what Gaia does? What if they add Oracle as a class, actually? Also, the night music here is good. What if they did that? What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So is this the power of the fairy you spoke of? Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades, and armor appearing out of nowhere. The worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. I didn't think about that metaphysical stuff either. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. So in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Almarang, and while I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. That does make sense, yeah. Reen, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for her own good. Nod. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin and less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Mayhap the people keeping an eye on me thought that that was for my own good too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vothri and Ranjit. Shrug. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out with a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Nod. Well, I can't say fairer than that. How about you, Urianger? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear, but I felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice to say that thou hast left no room for doubt. Gasp? For what it's worth, Reen, I never doubted you, but make no mistake, the danger that Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. That means a lot to me, thank you. Guy is just over here like, are you having fun with your character development over there? Do I get a say in this? I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't fall behind. I'm going to go be grumpy over in a car. Shoutouts to me for seeing enemies marked with the you have the bills picked up for this enemy and then not being distracted by this. I did it. Why couldn't you leave this craft in Mordsuk instead of all the way out here? Actually, don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure it's something frightfully uninteresting. Let's be about it, shall we? Of course I'm worried about what may happen when Gaia gets close to Eden. We'll keep a close eye on her and make sure she's alright. Though our circumstance hath changed, our mission most assuredly hath not. Restoring life to the empty remaineth our primary objective. It might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the 5 of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage. We don't get to see how this group clown cars into the sand slipper or whatever this thing's called. Sky slipper? We don't get to see that. Ah well. Everything seems fine here as far as I can tell. As for Gaia, she hasn't started attacking anything yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. As usual, we should keep our sojourn here as brief as possible. Let's tend to business quickly. I had hoped that during our absence, the rebalancing of ambient ether might work further change. Alas, 'twas not to be. It sure is. I feel like I've had that thought before, but I'm not entirely sure. Hey Gaia, what's up? We can finally get a good look at Gaia's absurd shoes. Your shoes are ridiculous, Gaia. The most ridiculous shoes I've ever seen in my life, maybe. So there it is. Yeah, and like I don't know. They're just ridiculous. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. Whoa, what the? Is this internal monologue text box? The bringer of the flood, the first sin eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? Internal monologue, future narration? Text box style I've never seen? What awaited on the path ahead I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step. The tense of these words, the framing of them, makes them seem like this is narration from the future about this past event. Blood and Thunder. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Thancred freed me from Yulmore and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance, too. Said your piece, have you? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things. For someone like me who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future. Only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time. It won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. It'll only wait a few seconds and then the magic will happen and it'll explode. Or whatever. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? That's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. Nod. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin-eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Reen. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one that the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. It is funny that she has the time-delayed magic, but she's talking about things that make her seem impatient. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Nod. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? At once, your ladyship, or you need to learn some manners. This is definitely a sarcastic response. You should learn some manners, though. Sucro's gonna be grumpy right back at you. And you need to stop wasting my time. Gasp. Shrug. Alright, everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Yeah, very Yulmoran for sure. Yulmoran, but didn't get to hear Alphino's speech, so still somewhat entitled feeling. Well, I mean, Alphino's speech wasn't the only thing that made everyone, like, start changing, but still, you know. It was a catalyst of some kind. My memories, I think they're slowly coming back to me. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to end the world when we least expect it, and that we should live each day as though it were our last. They would often say, "I wish this moment would last forever." That was until they were selected for ascension by Lord Vothri and were never to be seen again. Since I had no other relatives or even any close friends to speak of, I was left alone in the world. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering, does it? That's also true. I just mean like she's from Yulmore, but she hasn't experienced how Yulmore is changing. Or because she was like more isolated, doesn't remember it, is affected by this mystery fairy, is a bit of a grumpus and an edgelord, you know, all of those things. Marie's little chat with Gaia reminded me that, for all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. I, too, grew up not knowing who my parents were. The day Louis Soir gave me the surname Waters was one I'll never forget. Years later, it was under rather more desperate circumstances that I gave a certain young girl the name Minfilia. Little did I know that it would end up crossing time and space, taking on a meaning I could never have foreseen. Came to be passed on to one girl after another, binding them to a fate not their own. In a sense, it may be said that I chose not only one, but two names for Reen. But by whatever name she is called, she is truly her own person now. And as central to our lives as names are, I believe that it isn't the name itself, but the bonds it symbolizes that matter most. That's all well and good, Thancred, but people can also choose their own name for reasons completely unrelated to everything you just said. Anyway, I've done some reading about the land swallowed up by the flood, but it's no easy task to find locations with a dominant element. I'm glad we have Urianger to point us in the right direction. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty had displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. A passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you? Half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Or I spent most of the time chasing after orbs with varying degrees of success. Both are pretty good answers here. I think the second one is more true. Questioning head told. I wonder if the sylphs had anything to do with that. I hear they can be quite mischievous, much like the pixies of Ilmeg. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Nod. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try, but the rest is up to Sucro. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? Nod. One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Reen, may I suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location? These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds, the only source of illumination the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. Nod. Then that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do. This should be as good a spot as any. All right, Sucro, whenever you're ready. Think about orbs. Memories of Ramu flash through your mind. Thinking about orbs with beards. We're just going to fight Ozma, but with a beard. And like a little bit less colorful, more monochrome. Because the orbs were less, you know. All the lightning that's fallen here over the years has left the ground covered in craters, but don't worry, Eden will give you something more even to stand on. The area is saturated with lightning-aspected ether. This I am able to confirm. In addition to the primal, be thou wary of stray bolts that may occur as a result of our activity. Even if Reen has done a good job of memorizing my description of Ramu, it will likely make little difference to how he manifests. After all, it's your memories that shape the summoning, not hers. I don't think I've ever been anywhere like this before, and I'm not sure I'd want to come back. Too dreary for my liking. Would be nice if our next destination was a little cheerier, but I suppose I can't exactly choose if I want answers. I thought you'd be the sort of person who likes dreary places, Gaia. That seems to be your general vibe. Perhaps I am mistaken. Well, Eden's verse, fulmination. After one more, BRB. I'm BRBing a lot, but it's important to take breaks, take care of yourselves, etc. Hello, I am back. Someone else is also doing the Eden raids, it seems. They are in a guild with the tag Mayo? Truly a great question of our time. Mayonnaise? Multiple people are here, in fact. I feel like mayonnaise and mustard are not usually applicable in similar situations. So I don't feel like mayonnaise or mustard is a common question that would apply to, like... I feel like they're for different purposes, though I could be wrong. Like, mustard would be traditionally featured on, say, a hot dog, but I don't think you would normally put mayonnaise on a hot dog. Both of them could be applied to sandwiches, I'm sure, but I guess sandwich is a broad enough category that any sort of condiment can be placed on one. Perhaps. Anyway, if I'm going to keep stepping away so often, which is probably not a problem in any way, but I do feel like I should eventually get that this or that funny mini game working, probably. I still only have this scene over here, which is not actually going to be used.
A hot dog with everything on it, even a hamburger.
I think that's a bit much. This particular scene of this or that is not actually going to be used as a scene whenever I put this together. But it is funny to look at the funny dancing hamster. I think my general plan for putting that together is like making 2 video files, one for each result, using that scene and other scenes as ways to create the sections of the video. So it's sort of like I'm video editing outside of a video editor, which is maybe odd, I don't know. At least that's what part of the process would be. There would be video editing involved. Something I need to work on eventually, though. I was also having a silly idea recently, which I might have had before, but I was having it again, maybe, if that was the case. I was having the silly idea of adding Mario Galaxy prankster comments to the stream. So you could push a button and it would be like, prankster comment detected. And then whatever random prankster comment was pulled would cause me to have to play the game or do something with regards to the stream differently for the duration of the comment. The only problem with this idea is that there aren't a whole lot of things that would be applicable in all situations in all video games. For example, like the prankster comment from Super Mario Galaxy that is most like easily applicable to a variety of things would be the speed, like the fast comet, speed comet, whatever it is, speedy comet, I think is what it is. That could be like, I have to try and play the game fast, or I have to speak really fast, or like whatever. But even that, like if that was pulled during a dramatic moment or a cutscene, it would kind of ruin it if I didn't like delay it and I was like reading dialogue that was supposed to be very serious. Or if it was pulled during a moment where there was just no gameplay and it couldn't be applied to anything. The Daredevil comet, I feel, while that is a very funny idea, I feel the Daredevil comet is the least applicable to most things because I stream a lot of MMOs these days, apparently. It's not as if I can leave a trial once I fail a mechanic. Other various comet ideas I had were like, there was the speed one for like playing the game quickly or like reading dialogue quickly. There's a slow one for doing the opposite. Since obviously like the majority of the comets, maybe not obviously, but like the majority of the actual prankster comet conditions in Mario Galaxy are difficult to apply to a stream with the current stuff that I have going on. If Super Mario Galaxy had a slow comet, that would be very funny. Let's go! Yahoo! That's what Mario would sound like. Anyway. I'm a silly person. Other comment ideas I had were like something like theater comment, where I have to put like 10,000% effort into all voice acting and be very dramatic about it, which could be funny, but again, ruin stuff. The problem with this idea is that I need to be able to have control over what I'm doing in order to properly give respect to the game when it deserves it. So like, this is an idea that might work for some games, but not like this one. And this is the game that I stream the most often, so that could be a problem. It also feels like a system that, like, yeah, I was thinking that too, like comedy comet or something, where I have to do goofy voices the whole time. A comet where I have to be in character as someone else, but I don't know if there's a way to make... I don't think there is a way to make my PNG Tuber program swap entire file sets. But like, if I could have a comment that just made me into my Splatoon character for a minute, and then I had to be like, oh, what am I doing here? What's going on? That would be very silly. I feel like the ideal implementation of this sort of idea is something that's far beyond my abilities and like scope. Because I feel like you would have to do actual programming that interacts with the Twitch API. Because I feel like this would be best if it had an automated effect on the game itself. Similar to like the crowd control system, but like more random. Basically. And that is far beyond my ability to like create. I've never tried the crowd control stuff though. That could be interesting too, I guess. But I think that's mostly like bits based. I'm not sure.
There's no turning back. Get ready.
Wait, voice? Suddenly? I didn't expect voice acting to happen ever. Why are we remembering a horse? Oh, because like...
So, this is Ramu.
That's Gaia's voice, I guess. Walk into orbs. Ixion, that's what I was thinking of. We're remembering Ixion. I forgot to change my portrait again. Thou wouldst forge this world anew, I, Ramu, shall test your worth. Oh, that's a tank buster. These fights don't have tank buster markings, is something I've noticed. Spears of lightning to me! May 11 bolts strike thee down. Okay. Someone has a raise macro in this party that makes a ridiculous face and says, "Oh my god, they killed character name, you bastard!" And that's very silly. IMO. Oh wait, I need to get an orb. I was told to get an orb. The rolling of thunder foretells thy doom, mortal. With all my might I smite thee. Swift as thou art, I am swifter still. What does this mean? Oh. I literally didn't know what that meant. that meant nothing to me. Like, things were going in a direction, but there was also like a big, like, kill you zone looking thing in the middle. I don't know. What do you want from me, Ramu? Yeah. You didn't parse things fast enough. You are dead now. Both healers are dead. I am dead. We lose. Okay. I'm questioning the fight design a little bit. This feels like Savage fight design a little bit more than, neath rolling cloud, unrelenting lightning doth make you get owned, Lumao. People are just jumping off the side now. We've got no res mages either. We've got 2 Reapers, a Dancer, and a Black Mage. Alright. Well, okay then. Unsure about this fight. I think they should forge this fight anew, maybe a little bit. Oh, we're fighting over aggro, aren't we? Okay, over here. I don't have enough power for that. Okay. So what the fuck do you actually do here? Not that! I guess you stand as close to the middle as you can without actually standing in the middle. Okay. I thought I was kind of close to the middle, but I fell off last time. Why am I not getting aggro? Ah, fuck. I didn't notice that was happening. Why does the DPS have aggro? I have my tank stance. I guess I need to provoke when that happens. Okay, what the heck is this then? Suker, are you thinking about the Omega fight that's stressful? Or were you when this happened? I don't think it was stressful for the same reasons, but it's giving me a similar vibe. You know? I got a bone stack for some reason. Wait. 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 Why did I take so much damage and die? Now what happens? Well, time to abandon the role of tank forevermore because I've lost one. I'm kidding. I'm making fun of myself at this point. But still. I didn't notice those. No. Wait, am I good? There's thunderclouds now. I think I'm good. Probably need an orb. I have an orb. Struck by lightning, Ramuh is invigorated. Oh, great. Cool. That sounds bad. Arbiters with me! Oh wow, you actually get knocked back like Rathalos there. For the record, I will state again that I have never done this fight before. I think I knew that it existed, and maybe I've heard the music. But I've never done the fight before. So this is a... something. Something alright. I can tell just how many people are dying because of the res macro that one of the healers has popping up constantly. Imagine being a black mage for this. Now that I think about it. Does a black mage just see this and cry? Hey, I remembered intervention this time. Shoutouts to me. Oh, there is a black mage in the party, you're right. A tankless job one! I have taken thy measure, bringer of lights. Peace out! Hey, don't blame yourself for any of that. Nod. You are not to blame for that difficult battle. I will take none of these and leave. Oh. I still don't blame you for it. Mistakes are a natural part of video game and life and all of that sort of stuff. I should fix my portrait. There's not even an obvious reason why the portrait isn't working, so that's fine. Hey Gaia, did you see me die 11 times? Wasn't that sick? Wasn't that cool and rad and tubular? So that thing was created based on your memories. Maybe there's a way we can use Eden to summon the fairy like that. I had my eye on Gaia the entire time you were fighting Ramuh, and besides the sort of reaction you might expect from someone watching you take on a half-man, half-flying horse thunder god, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I'm still surprised that there was a brief bit of voice acting in that fight that gave Gaia a voice line. I didn't really internalize what her voice sounded like at all, though. Yeah, and also that achievement, right? The fact that Eden itself also showed no signs of being affected by her presence can only be a good thing. But I'd understand if Gaia herself were more than a little disappointed that she's no closer to the answers she seeks. Yeah? Let me scroll. Tankless job. The meat shield. Great. I won't be using that title. I mean, I understand it's a common video game term. But it's not a particularly glamorous title, is all. Once again, 'twas a most superlative display of thy puissance. Puissance. French. Now, I could not fail but notice that body did belong to Ixion, fabled equine embodiment of lightning. Hast thou perchance encountered the beast? Actually, no, because that's a Fate boss I haven't fought before. Sucro, I don't know why you thought of that, actually. Yeah, but okay, I guess. Saw it in a book? Yeah, probably. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramuh to turn out quite like that. I can appreciate chaos when it's not stressful and confusing, I guess. I think I would like that fight a lot more if the markers were more standard, and there were more markers, and I understood what was happening. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The sylph's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything's changed. The other problem with this, as was stated earlier, is that I'm unlikely unless I do roulettes constantly, and even then, I'm unlikely to run into this one very often, probably. So anytime I run into it, it'll be like, geez, I don't remember how this goes. And then I'll be obliterated by lightning. So the crystal is purple now. I was going to say the purple is crystal now. Huh, the crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same, aye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change to the firmament above. Well, right now it tastes purple, but I wouldn't advise attempting to taste the lightning crystal. I think that would end badly. And yet 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. So we need movement. Would wind do the trick? Most certainly. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the efforts of each individual element and instead focus on seeing them all restored. Lightning does seem pretty dynamic, yeah, but air is pretty important as well. I feel like the function of lightning is not possible as much without wind, yeah, like what you just said. Wind pressure. But like you need air for the lightning to matter, I guess. Nod. Everyone nodding but Gaia. Like maybe the power of an oracle, not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Deaf even to the crashing of thunder, or were you simply biding your time? Purple is pretty cool, though. One plan fails to achieve the desired effect, so you move on to the next with minimal brooding and prattling. It seems we're finally learning. I think you're the brooding one of this group at the moment. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see after restoring the lightning element, but I did feel a little disheartened. Still, as Thancred and Urianger say, there are changes taking place, even if they're not immediately obvious. As much as I bemoan Urianger's long-winded explanations, we'd be lost without him to take care of all the ethereal science and whatnot. Obviously, I'm quite sparing with my praise, as I wouldn't want it to go to his head. Firestorm. Hey, that's not wind. I already know what's happening in this one. This is something that I know beforehand as well, unfortunately. I know too many things. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? Urianger, can we see what it would be like if you presented the Weather Channel, like the weather forecasts? I want to know how Urianger's method of speech and like long-windedness would apply to being a weather forecaster at this line. It's an Allegan conspiracy! Or, I suppose so? As funny as this line is, Sucro allegedly grew up on a farm. I think she probably knows something about rain. Sucro is like elementally attuned to farm and book, so I think she would have knowledge about the water cycle more than me. Questioning head tilt? Then thou shan't have difficulty understanding the explanation to come. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. Oh, there's a bonus I think you have to be a scholar for the bonus option. I think I have heard of this. I think you must be a scholar, not just merely have leveled or done the scholar quests. I probably could not explain the water cycle to someone if I had to. It's probably evaporated out of my brain and become a thought cloud somewhere. You know, like water does. Probably. That's a very silly piece of a book. I never read those books, actually. Under normal circumstances, I already read that. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high unto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. The scholar option's right here. Yeah, that does sound familiar now that you mention it. It seems we need wind-aspected ether. To create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. The scholar option is, we scholars tend to have a solid grasp of it, yes. That's funny. And even before that, we need fire-aspected ether to make the water evaporate. It seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? You're suggesting that Sucro fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as her Mu at the same time? Do you realize how absurd that is? Absurd? And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Yeah, Deiform has shown up several times. Or Deiform? Deiform? I think scholars are more closely tied to like the earth and healing and stuff. So I think they would have more knowledge of things like the water cycle. Given that they have a move called like Sacred Soil, for example, I think they were probably tied to like the land more so than summoners are. But summoners would have a good grasp of ether, at least, I would say. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show you in the bookman's shelves. Nod. Casting my mind. Wow. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Sucro hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. Yeah. This is a good poster. I would put this poster in my actual room in life, I think. I would consider it at the very least. Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, eh, Thancred? Shrug. I wouldn't dream of questioning Urianger's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would not place on not only Sucro, but Reen as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. God. That Zelda CDI line is seriously one of the... I didn't know about it before since it was not a widely used one, but like, at last you have the wisdom to find my house is a very funny line. Go with many blessings. Anyway. I can sort of do a Gwonum voice. Sucro did the determined emote. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for, you're going to need all your strength, so see to it that you get plenty of rest. I added some extra words there. Nod. Shrug. Gaia! She's off to Brood, it's fine. I have selected a location in which wind and fire-aspected ether lie dormant, though I shall wait until Reen hath completed her preparations ere I dispense with the particulars. I'd rather Reen keep her mind on her work here than worry about Gaia. Mind you, it might be better for them to clear the air before we go any further. I can't stand all of this waiting around. Having grown up in Yulmore, I'm used to only living for the moment. We never had any reason to concern ourselves with later, tomorrow, the future, and so on. Those things simply didn't matter. But after Lord Vothri disappeared and the night returned, everyone in Yulmore started thinking differently. I was only there for a short time with Thancred, and I couldn't believe how much it had changed. It was almost as though under Lord Vothri's rule, time had stopped moving altogether, and when it ended, life went back to how it was supposed to have been. They realized they had their whole lives ahead of them to make plans and look forward to a new day. It feels like I'm the only one who can't move on, as if I'm still stuck in the past. What's worse, I can barely remember any of it. Even so, I can't stand the way they act as if the past never happened, choosing to forget it all. Questioning head tilt? It seems Reen is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirits, she might be more willing to talk. Goofy animation, go! I believe the line for using that animation without having anyone targeted is that you engage in general japery. So, yeah. Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. Nod. It's about Gaia, you see. The truth is that apart from Alize and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but, well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we finish restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Is what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Nod. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know that she's not alone, and she'll come around eventually. Nod. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice? Thancred certainly has the gift of gab. He'll know what to say. Urianger can talk the hind legs off a behemoth. Why not ask him? So my advice is to tell you to ask someone else for advice? I don't think either of these people is honestly going to be super helpful in this situation. Thancred? Shrug. I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals, and I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. That's given me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see. So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Hey, we don't know that yet. I've seen like 1,000,000 billion people say that there's totally a crush happening. But I'm not jumping to that conclusion quite yet. She just cares about people. I mean, I know there's going to be one. Especially if you put little squiggly marks in your messages. The tilde. That's a mark of knowing. Hold on. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience, by any chance? Whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect.
To the stars. Morning, you fellow. A smile suits a hero. Try throwing a brick.
Destroy!
A smile. I forgot I put a smile suits a hero in there. No. Ah, you couldn't help yourself, could you? It's all right, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you at Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on, she's waiting for you. Nod. All right, wish me luck. Reen is ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Reen approaches Gaia, and then Gaia immediately command grabs her and throws her into the lake. And we don't really know what to do about this. Thancred may have taken on the role of Reen's surrogate father, but I have late become something of a mentor to her, though largely in instilling what knowledge I can of the ethereal sciences. A more attentive student thou shalt seldom find. It's when Reen and I face our problems together that it truly feels like we're family, or at least what I imagine it would be like. I suppose we both grew up without our birth parents to guide us, but I think we turned out rather well given the circumstances. I wonder if this is the kind of bond that Flamine shared with Minfilia. What if I talk to you first? She looks like she's got a lot on her mind. Maybe now's not such a good time? Instead of bothering me when I'm obviously not in the mood to talk, why don't you get back to work? Well, let's observe. Good thing earshot is all the way back here, I guess. Why am I doing squats? I mean, I guess Sucro's done this occasionally. What do you want? Nothing really. It can wait till later. For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you've got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk about? Actually, I wanted to ask you. The squats have stopped. Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? You can make 1,000,000 of them for a really easy, way to get Gil. It's great. Wait, no, they patched that out, sorry. What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits? Yes, they're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice and squidgy. Squidgy? Fantastic use of vocabulary. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? Oh no, she's also a hipster.
Squidgy.
She also hates things because they're popular. I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. It's not going to happen. Not if I've got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see. Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Yulmorans treated you, the precious oracle of light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant sin-eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I don't remember what Pollyanna actually means, by the way. I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end, but if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Gaia! I see. Oh, Sucro also sad. I surmise that to keep Gaia waiting overlong would only agitate her further. Nod. Is that some sort of song lyric you are saying at me? I don't know media or culture. What's a video game? What am I doing? Who am I? No, I'm kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I forgot that that had lyrics, to be honest. Reen's looking a bit down in the doldrums, but you let me worry about that. We can't allow anything to interfere with whatever goes on in your mind when summoning those primals. Not you as well. Look, I've had enough small talk to last me a lifetime, so don't even bother. I believe you have a job to do, yes? Then be quick about it. Hey, Guy is kind of thinking about the rest
Call
of
me Pollyanna, call me crazy as a loon. But I believe in miracles, and I believe in you.
I kind of remember that line now, actually. Yeah, there's another mystery rabbit and someone with a big sword. That's the mystery rabbit from earlier, whose guild message inquires, Mayo? I think we both rested for long enough. Let's get started, shall we? I hope it all goes according to plan. Guy was sort of thinking about the rest of a life, or lifetime, because she said she had enough small talk for the rest of one. So that's something, maybe. To defeat the deiform manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Nod. Where are we going this time, Urianger? The place called Ashfall doth satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. Reen, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. This is true about how meditation works, from my understanding. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. Nod. That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. What little I know of meditation involves, like, when you have thoughts, stray thoughts, while trying to focus on, like, calm and meditation stuff, you are meant to acknowledge them and accept that they are there, not attempt to fight back against them to make them go away. And that's very similar to what Urianger is saying, I suppose. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. Sucro, we'll only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. Alrighty then. Alright, speaking to everyone again. If we summon two primals at once, maybe they'll fight each other? That way you only need to beat the one left standing, but I suppose it defeats the purpose of it if you don't take them both down at the same time. My studies indicate that no equivalent of Garuda's servants, the Ixal, are present here on the first. My hypothesis as to the reason why can perhaps wait until another time. That's because the Alligans invented, or like created the Ixal, Urianger. We know this. I wonder what sort of hellish beasts you've conjured up this time. How long has it been since our encounter with Ifrit and his Amal Jah followers? Garuda's theme doesn't really have many lyrics either. It just has like the one at the start. So, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're at 6. Got it. I don't think I know what that word means either, Samantha. It sounds familiar. Average wait time 8 minutes. Which means, to accelerate it, we must once again attempt to do anything. Ah, I see. The fake final boss type villain. Got it. Unless they're not like a heel in wrestling, then I guess they're not that. But that's a similar concept, regardless. Random enemies don't interrupt the boss fate challenge, difficulty level impossible. What do you think the odds are that I'll complete this fate before the queue activates? The way scaling for these works does make this feel like it takes longer than like the Shadowbringer fates that I scale down for, actually. Maybe it's because I have less of my abilities. Actually, if the queue was feeling spiteful, it would appear right before I completed the fate. I need to complete like 59 more fates in Heavensward in order to get anywhere on Vostra weapon relic progress. With the, you mean like the Monster Hunter Forest and Hill, since you're talking about Rathalos? I'm not sure. Like, that theme has become associated with Rathalos over time. Dang it, Deep Eyes. I think it'd be less fitting for Ifrit. I think I said Ifrit mistakenly. This is a good time to bring up that it's very funny if you play... If when you're fighting Titan, you play Volopt's Phase 2 from Phantasy Star Online over the Titan fight. It's very fitting, actually. And amusing. Why do they have an aggro range of 5 years? Years don't measure time or distance, they measure time. Says the first version of that person who's the other trainer in Brock's gym. I freaking guess. Now, normally it's inefficient to use AoE when there's only 2 targets, but still. I mean, that's probably true, but you know. I believe you are correct. I think the theme in question is called You Have Nowhere to Go. I need to deploy a lozenge again. Is it just me, or is streaming... Am I needing more of these? Streaming becoming more... Is talking becoming more painful? Who knows? I've been tested for allergies in the past, and I don't have any. I mean, my voice doesn't sound like raspy or anything, but my throat is starting to hurt, is all, from speaking, voice acting a little bit. Open a new window. This is the Volopt version 2 music that is appropriate for the Titan fight. Titan car knocked me off the platform and it made me sad a little bit. Because it was one of those haha gotcha type of mechanics. Where if you don't know it, you die. Titan car is pretty funny though, still. Anyway. Wait, did I just turn the music back off again? No, it's on. Wait. I just saw the captions, and the captions interpreted me trying to say something about Phantasy Star Online. Or no, it interpreted Volopt version 2 as Fallout version 2. I had to enunciate. How does the Warrior of Light know what ATV is? ATV? Is that like an active time vehicle? What does that even mean? I believe it's 4 is really good, yeah. That's great. I believe it's 4. Oh, I've just remembered something that I don't think I should on stream. I tweeted it at some point. But do you want to see something that's messed up and wrong? What if Sucro wasn't a cat? Isn't that weird? It just feels so incorrect to have Vieira Sucro. Also, this face is very funny. That line that I said once when I got killed in Bloodstained is still remembered, I see. I was a bunny. I've had the thought, what if I changed Sucro to be this for one stream and then didn't acknowledge it, and then on the next stream I changed Sucro back to normal? I think it'd be very difficult to not acknowledge it, because I think people would question me about it. Make Knowing Way a Palico? That would be a good idea too. That would require substantially more effort on my part, but it's also a good idea. Random polar bear. Hang on. Oh. You know, I never thought about that. I don't think I ever thought about how polar bear probably referred to the pole either, to be honest. Well, you see, one of the little known elements is bear, and when when the secret world of the 14th got destroyed by an excess of bear element, polar bears appeared in Kurthus, and that was one of the calamities. Nobody knows about this secret history, or the 14th shard that got overwhelmed by bears. But you have to believe me, I've read a book. Says Sucro, making something up. Are you citing geometry at me in reference to what these bears mean? Because I don't know how that applies to the bears. Yeah, exactly. Bear aspected ether. That's what I'm saying. We're not going to restore that part to Eden, probably. Geometric bears, huh? Curse Bearer. You know, honestly, Curse Bearer, like, would be a very good expansion name, like, without the bear pun part. The bear pun is great, for the record. But also, if there was an expansion called Curse Bearer in the way that you might expect that to be, that would be a very cool expansion name, I think, maybe. How many? I have 7 tortured memory of the dying currently, and I need 13 more. Whatever I just said, I forgot about it. Tortured memory of the dying. That's what I said. That's a weird voice I feel like I haven't done before. We have been waiting in line for 16 minutes currently. If I played a Persona game and my default like starting arcana was the tower, I would be immediately extremely concerned. Knowing anything about tarot, that would be a very concerning thing. Like, even if any playable character had the tower, I'd be like, uh-oh. The tower is the most bad news of all major arcana. At least I'm pretty sure that that's true. Defying fate would probably be a good part of the story, unless it was just a very depressing story. I believe the tower represents things such as destruction and everything is falling apart, disaster, etc. Yeah. I said disaster because I saw you say disaster. For the record. If you don't know anything about tarot, you might assume that death is the worst card, but it actually just refers to like a major significant change instead. And not in the same way that the tower could, I presume. Okay, yeah, it could be reversed tower. I guess that's also fair. Quick, what would Sucro's Arcana be if she were a Persona character? I mean, the simple answer to that question is that the Warrior of Light would definitely just be the Fool in a Persona game context. And I don't know if Sucro is actually, like, individually, specifically defined enough to actually be able to answer that question well. I feel like I don't know as much about Sucro as I should. Maybe. Hierophant. Interesting. I don't remember what that one means too well. I'd have to, like, research stuff. I know that if I had one, it would probably be the moon, even though if you look up the moon as a tarot card, you will mostly find negative or concerning meanings, but it does have some positive meanings in there. I think I object to Alphino being the magician, actually. I think that might be Alize. Given the kind of character that's always the magician in a Persona game, well, also given Alphino's character arc, that might be true, actually. But, like, Alphino as he is now is not really the sort of character that they could... I guess they could both be the magician? Hanged Man, interesting. Like, I think tarot is really interesting and neat, but I can't, like, just recall all of the meanings off the top of my brain too easily. Imagine if there was a tarot deck where the Hanged Man card just said beefing it instead of the Hanged Man. Nobody in Persona gets to change their tarot arcana except for, like, Adachi. And that's because his arcana was a Joker's trick the whole time. Actually, I think he literally changes to be he is the Joker arcana at first, so it literally is a Joker's trick now that I think about it. I'm not sure that the Arcana would change as much as you're suggesting that they would, but maybe. Ah, okay, fair enough, but... What is the Hierophant? What does that, like, represent? I don't remember, since that was suggested for Sucro. And yeah, that is true. I'm just thinking in, like, Persona terms more. Clearly, the answer to what Arcana is Sucro is that she's the cat. You might say, that's not an Arcana. And I would say, but she's a cat. Well, what number is that, you might ask? I have no idea. Oh, hey, there we go. All cats are fools. But I'm a cat. Calico is a cat. And Sucro is a cat.
It worked! Both wind and fire have answered the call! Reed, are you alright?
Huh, Gaia just expressed concern for Reen, and also her voice doesn't sound anything like I thought it did. Also, this is a Garuda remix right now, actually. It even has the Now Fall in it, actually. Such lowly creatures, I shall not suffer them to live. And I shall not suffer thee to fall, Garuda, says Ifrit. Oh. I was supposed to know. Now it's the Ifrit music. The arena does look really cool. Also, there's more lyrics than there were before in this song. Wait. Hey, why am I remembering a Susano AoE for this? What does this part mean? Means. Okay, I like how the Garuda and Ifrit music is happening like simultaneously right now. Also. Insolent worms, they dare defy me? A pitiful display. Stand aside. The arena has changed. That's gotta be a tank buster this time, right? Lightheaded? What on earth does that mean? Hands of Hell? Is that the tank buster? No. This is... Oh, now we mark the tank buster, eh? Now we're marking it. The first time in all of Eden we marked the tank buster. Only Ifrit remembers to politely indicate the tank buster. What? Okay. I guess I did that wrong. My rotation is all messed up as well, also. These mortals are not so easily bested. No more games, we face them together! I don't know if we should each hold one or what. Probably. That's probably the play. Dang it, I was about to do my rotation. Join me, freed by raging wind and engulfing flame, we are born anew! So this is the really cool part about this. I do remember knowing this. Whoa! I am Raktapaksa, he who soareth on wings of crimson. You are now remembering the Ultima weapon, I guess. A little bit. I don't like how the paladin rotation can become completely, like, obliterated by missing one part of it. My howling winds feed the flame. But I couldn't see. I literally could not see that, but okay. Thou shalt defy me no more. So what does one do if they're playing a character, a job, where you have, like, a rotation you must keep that is messed up by missing one thing? And if you miss that one thing, what do? If you wait for everything to be possible to line up again, you're probably losing a lot more than if you just improvise, right? But improvising feels so bad because it's not everything clicking into place, it's everything clattering around. And I can't really avoid this with the tank that I actually want to play. Were I able to get over my issues with Warrior, which is not a kind thing to just ask myself to do. That would be an easier one in this regard, and yet I was late on that intervention because I forgot that I changed the button for it. I mean, I'll probably be fine, but still. All I'm saying is that part of the class feels bad, and there's not much I can do about it. I don't know who did anything. You. I got 2 commendations. For a moment, I thought Reen had lost control of the ether. Luckily, we managed to avoid any major disasters from what I can tell. Combining the contrasting powers of different primals, that seems an awful lot like the Ultima weapon. In any case, I'm pleased to see that you were as successful here as you were at the Praetorium. Game confirming my observation that that was very Ultima weapon-like. That 2 such ferocious beings should meld into a single entity is frightful indeed. Further research must needs be performed to fully comprehend this unexpected phenomenon. That was incredible! I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same! Thinking. I suppose the main thing that we've that we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty. Let's go and see what difference it's made. I mean, I know that you don't have to... Ooh. Pretty colors. And it's raining. I don't know why it took me so long to register that it was raining. It's probably because of the pretty colors. And also, like, I know that you don't have to perform optimally at all times, but it feels a little bad to not do it. Like, not do as well as you could be, you know? Like, not from a, oh no, my numbers, my parse that I don't see because I don't use illegal program, etc. It's just sort of, oh no, I messed up when I could be doing better, and I don't know how to resolve this problem. And and it's just like everything feels better when it like clicks into place and all the right, like the right order and everything like goes the way it's supposed to, you know. And like once everything starts getting all out of order and all disorganized in the sort of thing that's designed to have a very specific flow, it just doesn't feel good. It's not so much that, oh no, I'm not doing optimal. It's more like a, oh no, because it feels like I'm continuing to mess up because I messed up once. Does any of that make any sense? Oh, I mean, like, sure, I'll continue to improve at the job. I wouldn't say I'm terrible at it, but it's practically, like, you'd have to memorize every fight in the game and also, like, be very good at the gameplay of the job in order to never have everything go out of order. Because, like, in there, for example, there was a part where everything was, like, lined back up a little bit because I waited and I was about to hit Requiescat and then the boss left and then I couldn't and then everything was messed up again. I would have had to know that the boss was going to leave at that precise moment. Perhaps, like, I like Paladin, but I'm not entirely opposed to playing as different jobs either. Perhaps I need to figure out which jobs are more adaptable, because if something more important than, like, performing well is how the job feels, and if the job doesn't feel great in situations that keep happening, it's worth looking into jobs that might feel better. I'm not really like I'm not sweating it, as you put it, necessarily. This is just me thinking it out loud and observing and making comments and having a little discussion sort of thing. It's not so much that I'm like being very anxious or upset about it. This is just me like sharing how I feel about what's going on. I think it's interesting and worth talking about. And I think it's interesting to see what other people say when I'm sharing all this stuff. So I need to like, maybe I need to look into other jobs that might be more like adaptable. Maybe I should try healer more again, though I think healer is maybe more stressful than tank by a lot, actually. The best part about tanks for me is that if you mess up the mechanics, you don't instantly die. As far as warrior goes and like with inner release, that feels like missing inner release or like losing the opportunity to use what inner release gives you. Feels to me personally, as the person who's not playing as a warrior, like a lesser impact than, oh no, I've misaligned my entire rotation for the rest of the fight. Because that's like one thing that will then be on cooldown by itself. And like, you're also gonna be, just like the way Warrior is set up and the way the gauges and cooldowns are all linked together, means that it doesn't mess up what you're doing for the rest of the fight. But Paladin has like a very specific flow to it, where if you miss part of it, then everything gets misaligned. As do probably a lot of the jobs in the game, like was mentioned. As far as the jobs that I have at 90, I imagine Summoner would probably be a more adaptable one. Summoner is even one that has like a choice and adaptation built into its relatively... Considered by a lot of people, a lot of people consider Summoner to be a relatively simple rotation. I hesitate to say it's the easy job or anything because different things are going to be difficult to different people. Yeah, Machinist is a very actions per minute type of job, for sure, as well. But, like, Summoner is probably a fairly adaptable job. Healers, as mentioned, would probably be a more adaptable job. But I do not remember how to Scholar. I would have to do a lot of research to figure out how to be a healer again, honestly. I could also level Sage if I wanted to. Like, I've tried healer again recently and I just felt like I was floundering, so I'm not sure. Oh, I'm not saying I dislike Paladin. I'm just thinking out loud a lot. And like, I've accepted at this point that I like Paladin. There's nothing stopping me from trying something else. Like, I don't need to feel obligated to stick with one, is all I mean. Dancer was always one I understood fairly well too. And that felt more like an adapting job. That's less of an adaptable job and more like a you have to adapt job. Because Dancer, there's a lot of like procs and stuff that dictate what you do. So you have to go with the flow, as it were. But I think there's a lot more stuff that has to line up properly with Dancer now, actually. I'm not sure. Anyway, Rena's been standing here in the rain for like 5 minutes now. It actually worked, just like Ariange said it would. I think probably every job gets into the situation of like, if you don't use these resources, they will go to waste. But again, with Paladin, it's less that and more like, if you mess up one input, everything starts falling apart, is how it feels. Like when I couldn't use Fight or Flight and Requiescat together because the boss left. It was like, ah, geez. Nah, beans. I don't know when to use Requiescat now. That messes up the entire flow of everything because it's a vital part of the rotation. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold. I wonder what will happen when we restore ice. Nod. That is the one we're missing, I guess. And also darkness. We're missing darkness. Is something the matter? One more element and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family. Nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, Almighty Eden, can you mend this broken world? You can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you! I still hunger. Ah! That seems bad. Extinguish the accursed light. Awaken our true power. Enough riddles, tell me who I am! You are... I am... Gaia. What does that... Gaia... What does that mean? Gaia, what's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? There's like a faint tinnitus-like effect. Get away from me! It's gone now. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. Okay, the automatically deploying umbrella took me by surprise again for some reason. I mean, I guess I didn't expect it here. It seems very funny for some reason right now. Oh, I need to repair at some point. Yeah, as far as all the jobs that I've got go, this is the levels I have everything at. Reaper is just sort of arbitrarily there, and I don't actually like melee DPS as like a whole, I don't think. If I had to pin one of these sets of things as my least favorite, it would probably be melee DPS, but Reaper's okay. Just get it over with, would you? Poor Gaia, if the fairy lives inside her, why would it let her suffer like this? I wish there was something we could do to help. Pray be on thy guard, friend, or my friend. Gaia may yet relinquish control to the voice within. Heart of Darkness? That doesn't sound like ice. Well, this downpour is precisely the result we were hoping for. The novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quickly. Not to mention, Gaia's looking a bit under the weather. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's core. Nod. I think I know what this is. I do know... If the next two are what I think that they are, I have no idea what the third wing is at all, I'm realizing that I know nothing about Eden 8 through 12. Or wait, no. Wait, yes. Wait. 8 through 11? Or 9 through 12? What's math? What's number? Please help. The last wing. I'll just say that much. 9 through 12. That would be it, yeah. What's number? What does it want? Why won't it tell me? I'm not sure what's going on with Gaia, but it's certainly a cause for concern. Perhaps this is the fairy making itself known. Now that I think about it, I don't really know all that much about Eden. Since we need to find out how it's connected to Gaia, I should try to understand it at a deeper level. To be honest, there isn't much I can do, or much else I can do. Ere we set forth to restore the element of ice, I would discuss the manner in which the summoning shall be undertaken. Just tell me one thing. Is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? While none can say for certain, the change we have observed at points of ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. It may be reasonably assumed that the empty shall continue to transform and, in the decades to come, regain a semblance of its former state. Decades? I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It would have swallowed the entire world if Minfilia hadn't stopped it. Even if Reen has inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the empty has been utterly devoid of life for 100 years. And it might take even longer than that to bring life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it. Nod. My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaiteth those of generations yet to come. You do all this for a world you may not live long enough to see? Well, here I am, so absorbed in my own problems that I spare barely a thought for anyone besides myself. For so long, I've listened to that voice, telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what might happen if I disobeyed. I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be... me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. Reen's the Oracle of Light, here to mend this broken world. What does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death. A monster. It's no wonder they left me. Mother, Father, and next it'll be all of you. And I'll be back to where I started, where I've always been. Alone. Gaia, is it the fairy? What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all your carefully laid plans? I mean, yeah, given the quest name, and also I was thinking, hey, wait, darkness is an element. No, it's you I'm worried about. Reen, I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, all right? Something's wrong, I know it. That much is clear. If we have a repeat of her first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by those void-sent friends of hers. If you go and see what Gaia's doing, Urianger and I will stay with Reen. Nod. Tsukro will help. Hey, why is there a platform here? Did Reen just make a platform for getting fresh air on? My name is Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? I'm having a realization based on knowledge that I know that I shouldn't know yet. I will not state it yet. Eden, the flood. What does it all mean? Platforms also mean fighting, yes. No, it can't be. Is this what it's been waiting for all this time? Finally, you remember. Ah! What is this? Seems like darkness. The darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. Cool crystal. What the? The accursed spawn of light are drawn to it like moths to a flame. Pathetic, mindless, and easily bent to my will. Sin Eaters? It is kind of like the elementals. Now the time of awakening has come. This looks bad, says Sucro over here. Seems bad. Seems very bad. Sucro, Rin senses Sin Eaters. What's happened? There's a lot of Sin Eaters, that's what. They're birds. Don't try to fight them, just bring Gaia back inside. Quickly now. Nod. They're weird birds that don't animate. Introducing the Forgiven budget. Wah! Bird swarm. Please understand that I understand that applying the budget of a video game development is important. Also, it does fit with like the look of the Crystal of Darkness or whatever. I'm not criticizing the fact that these are like polygon birds that don't animate. That actually adds to their unsettlingness. And also, I think it's fun. That's all. She is unconscious. It's probably deliberate artistic choice. You're probably right. More than like budget allocation thing. Forgiven abstraction, maybe. Since you said abstraction of bird. What entity is this that should hold a horde of Sin Eaters in its thrall? And to what end? She's in a bad way, but at least she doesn't seem to have lost control. She kinda did, right? What's happened to her? That's a concern for later. First, we must deal with those Sin Eaters. Sucro, if thou wouldst care to repel our assailants without, I would task Thancred with standing guard within. I shall tend to Gaia meanwhile. Nod. Iconoclasm. While Urianger watches over Gaia, I'll tend to any eaters that chance to slip inside. I'm not sure if there's much Eden can do to help, but I'll try to keep it steady. Whereas before it was Gaia who sought to destroy Eden, on this occasion she hath become the target. She is unconscious. If this is what I think it is in the it is not in circumstances that I thought it would be in. Though I had no idea what those circumstances would be otherwise. Cool rain though. Average wait time for this is listed as shorter. Oh, the fire is working. I didn't notice that at all. After the last one, we've successfully become able to light the fire. That's fun. I like that as a detail. What would also be a really fun detail is if, even though this area was very small, if you were like able to use a mount in it, and then after the wind, you were also able to fly. Like there would be no reason for it, but it would be fun. And it would be kind of an equivalent to the fire working to represent the wind. Sucro, no. Just hold the umbrella. I just thought it would be nice to take a photo. I'm not sure if the umbrella diminishes the impact of it. It's not a goofy umbrella, it's a pretty regular umbrella, but still. Also, I just want to say I really like the Final Fantasy VIII world map music. Here. I guess so. In a weird way, I kind of feel like them using the same music as this place gets restored over time sort of works better than if they had changed the music. Because it changes what you associate the song with in this context. In a way where the song is also kind of evolving with the location. Does that make any sense, or does that sound like I'm grasping at straws? That's just sort of the feeling I get. Okay, fair enough. I missed. Wait, I can sit in a wagon. There was secretly a box I could sit in this whole time. It's just a box with wheels. It did it. If thou wouldst fit, thou must sit. Such is the way of things. I think this area is also instanced so that you can't ever see other players in on this particular screen. If I'm right about that, I might be. Or maybe like different versions of it are instanced, at least. Like the area inside of Eden, we could see other players. But here, I don't think we can. But I also think that it being instanced in such a way where you can only see yourself really adds to it. It'd be funny if it was the empty and yet 50 people could be here, but, you know, it's empty. There's more in it than it used to be, but it's still mostly empty. We have exceeded the average wait time listed. Is it the half full or is it the half empty? What if it was the half full at first, and then when bad things started to happen, it became the half empty? As optimism levels shifted? I feel like I should be able to run up the tents slightly and then fall, instead of not running up them at all. But I guess, like, tents wouldn't be stable enough to walk on. But that hasn't stopped video game before. Also, hey, should we have like a tarp over this thing? The fabric's gonna get all soggy. The upholstery. We gotta get a tarp.
While they aren't strong enough to be climbed up, they do feel a little tense.
Okay. That's probably true. When are they gonna have a crossover with Final Fantasy XIV and Car Wash Simulator where you can wash the Sky Slipper? They've had a crossover with Final Fantasy VII Remake and SpongeBob SquarePants. They can have a crossover with anything. It would be completely reasonable. I don't know about power washing Omega though. First of all, Omega was a life form of some sort, as was Alexander. Secondly, they're dead now. I guess that would be it. Would that be a luggage compartment? I guess it would fit something. It does look like there's space between that and the bottom part of the ship. Power wash the entire Crystal Tower. That would be very funny if you had to like pay attention to mechanics to dodge them while power washing. Also, just like, would power washing as an action have any implications on the balance of this realm? Would power washing be an abundance of water aspected ether that could cause a problem? What would that do? What would it mean? That is how the flood happened. Larboard mud splash. Just like cleaning all this stuff in the... These are all great ideas. Thank you, everyone. God, Final Fantasy XIV Power Wash Simulator as a prequel explaining the flood calamity would be the funniest thing. And also probably cause a lot of emotions, because I'm sure it'd be depressing. Then they could throw in a remix of that song from Final Fantasy III that they haven't used in the game where the world is flooded. Composed by Soken specifically for Power Wash Simulators crossover. Leviathan E-Guy. Imagine if they actually did an entire, like, set in the past, completely different realm with its own lore and world building that was the one that was lost to the water aspected calamity. Imagine if they put all of that effort into Power Wash Simulator crossover. That would be incredibly funny. And absolutely not a good use of development resources, probably, but very funny. You mortals and your obsession with cleaning everything has actually doomed your filthy planet to oblivion. Get me to voice act the evil Asian in that one. That's the voice of the Asian. This is what happens when you wait in line for too long. Maybe, question mark. And while the crossover for FF7 Remake does have canon information and stuff, it is using like pre-existing areas. The idea of world building an entire shard that is lost in the main game of 14 for the purposes of a crossover is completely absurd, but also amazing. Do we know which Ascian was responsible for the water calamity? Probably not, right? Are we just going to, like, assume? Now that I think about it, that voice I just made up on the spot isn't that far from, like, Realm Reborn La Habrea. It's just like it's a Saturday morning cartoon version of La Habrea. We must spread filth throughout the realm, so that the mortals will be tempted to use precious water to clean it. And the more they, fall to the allure of cleaning, the more water ether, it's a great plan. Trust me. The voice fell apart somewhere in there, but that's funnier actually. If I were to step away for like a few minutes right now, do you think the queue would immediately activate? I think yes. Water's the 6th one, okay. I am going to make the potentially poor decision of withdrawing because I need to step away for a second. This hopefully won't do anything, but I don't want the queue to activate and like forbid me from accessing it for half an hour. I love this discussion about Mario Sunshine crossover that we've entered into. That's pretty great. I was going to ask which shard water was, because it's vital to this discussion, I believe. Fifth shard with wind. I guess that could imply 5 for sure. Poster is great at healing. Water is the 10th. Okay. You know, that's a connection to 10, yeah? Yeah. Of course, I don't know if we're assuming that all of the shards are directly related to whatever Final Fantasy their number corresponds with, because the first is more like 3 than 1. But I think those are all little fun. Well, wait. 12 was not the one with lightning in it. Lightning was in 13. So that doesn't make sense. Oh, right. This is the fate that you don't do. "13 was the void. I don't know how that relates to Final Fantasy 13, if at all. Is the main antagonist of 12 Gabranth? Or, like, is that just one of the main antagonists? I don't know anything about 12 either. Does the Emperor do that? I don't remember the Emperor doing that. I think you might be reaching a little bit, to be honest. For some of those. I feel like the first has more in common with 3 as well, so... I see. Hey, as we've seen in the first, bombs can be any element. You can have plant bombs. You can have boulder bombs. Who knows what kind of bombs the Emperor of Palamecia was employing? Clearly, it could have been anything. I'm now reminded of the fact that Bomberman Hero contains, like, bombs that are salt and have the only purpose of the salt bombs is to defeat otherwise invulnerable slugs, which is a fantastic gameplay element. Conceptually. Not necessarily in execution, but the fact that there's invulnerable slugs who you need to explode salt at to kill is very funny. I know there's a lot of Final Fantasy IV references in 6.x, but I don't know the context of any of those. Ice was 6. I could see some connections there, perhaps, though they're more abstract in nature. or less like the main pivotal plot points of 6. Like Celis starts with ice. The Esper that's frozen in ice. Tritok, or I think Valagarmanda is the newer translation of that. Oh yeah, Endwalker does have some that I know about. Mainly like the moon being a thing. The Loporits being similar to Naming Way and whatnot. Some of the gear. We'll get there. This queue, however, may or may not get anywhere. This has like a minute left. It's not worth it. Okay, that one's got more. That's fair. You are under no obligation to join in at any point. I think you mean 15 and not 14. Because this is 14. So the first one is 14's Garuda. It took me a minute to remember what other Garuda, but the 15 crossover had Garuda in it. I wonder if crossovers like that imply that 11 and 15 are actually in any way connected to 14, or if that's just, it's a crossover, don't think about it. Probably more of the latter than like they're actually connected. But also like Vana'diel being a shard would be very cool, probably. Oh yeah, there is a lightning crossover. I forgot about that one. There is a reference to Dissidia in the Omega raids when there's a mention somewhere of Y'shtola finding Kefka oddly familiar. But whether or not that means anything is also unknowable. Is that when that happened? I guess that would make sense. I don't think planeswalkers exist in this setting, though. Like, not usually. But it works as like a comparison, I suppose. Fair enough. Just saying. I've never mentioned before, I really like how Goring Blade and Circle of Scorn's animations flow together. It looks like it's on purpose, even though I don't think it is. Because Goring Blade used to not be the same. It used to be a different combo finisher. So, and the animation isn't different. It's the same one. Which makes me disinclined to believe that it is purposefully meant to link together in that way, but it does. Which is cool. I wonder if this is just like one of the less played trials specifically for some sort of reason. But yeah, like that upswing into the jump into the like the down stab feels like an intentional animation combo. Almost. Oh, you can stun this boss. I could have stunned you out of that. I tried it too late in the cast. Well, it's not so much that people would go through the quest chain again. It is that roulettes are in place in order to make it possible to go through this quest chain. People elect to be randomly assigned a task to complete, and sometimes it is these boss fights. And also, like, face boss, wait, or rather, like, face boss, there is story, face boss, there is story, etc. is the entire format of one repeatedly used like concepts of the normal trial like raid series stuff. It's not exclusive to this. Alexander was more or less this, but like a little bit different. Endwalker has this, but different. I mean, there are a lot of people who like the fight mechanics and like individual fights and whatnot. I think it's more that these fights are not relevant to the game currently in terms of like progression, end game, that sort of thing. Which I guess is sort of what you're saying too. Like, there's no reason for people to go through these fights again right now. There's no incentive to do so. Whenever we get to the next, like, irregular Moogle Tombstones event, maybe they will be, like, bonuses for Eden raids. Because they had bonuses for stuff like Evilise in the previous one, so maybe we're going to be doing that. I don't know. There was a period of time when I did every kind of raid possible daily, but now I am scared. I am frightened. And also I have like a billion other things to play at the same time. Video game. There's too many video games occasionally. Average wait time, more than 30 minutes, it says. Perhaps it would be a good idea to actually save this until the next stream at this point. It seems unlikely to happen, and it's keeping people awake. To wait here forever. Yeah. Once this fate is over, I will withdraw. This will be the last chance for the queue. I don't think this is actually a problem that we've had on stream before, interestingly enough, now that I think about it. I don't think we've had a moment when the queue simply would not go. Like, not in the same way. I mean, there's been times when I was DPS and it took a while, but that was expected. In this case, it just seems like we've hit upon a particular trial that is, compared to other ones, like, relatively uncommon. And so it is difficult for anyone to get into this fight at this time. Alright, that fate is over. Therefore, withdraw. The middle two raids, huh? I guess this is one of the middle two. This is 7? Yeah, this is 7. So yeah, the stream has been going for a while too, so... It did seem to be just us. A Toya Vis. (11:11), an auspicious number of time remaining, but not particularly relevant to anything. So, I guess that's what we've done today. Nope, Sucro. You gotta make it to the bed, Sucro. There you go. I guess that was Eden 1 through 6. And a bunch of miscellaneous fates and whatnot. So, yeah. Thank you all for watching. I would appreciate it very much if you are not already following or subscribed, if you would consider doing so. And if you are interested in any alternative means of donation or any social media links, they are, as always, available at borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night. Get a good rest. And I will see you all on the next stream, whenever that may be. Monday is likely to be Street Fighter 6 again, I suppose, because I'm close to the end of that. Wednesday would most likely be this again. It is possible that Saturday or Tuesday might have something, if I feel up for it. Friday, it's pretty unlikely that there's going to be a stream next week, because that... You might remember I mentioned that, like, surgery for one of my chronic health problems that I would have to get. I mistook that as being last month, but it is the month that it is now, which means that it's that Friday, so hopefully that should help and whatnot. Don't worry about me or anything, I just feel like it's important for everyone to know what's going on. Or like it's worth telling people at least. But anyway. So yeah, next week there might not be a Friday stream. That's all you really need to know. But yeah. So, I'm sure it'll be fine. How much it helps is unclear, or how much it will help is unclear, but I'm sure it'll go fine. All that said, have a good rest of the day or night, and I will see you next time. I said that already, but I'm saying it again. Or I said it again anyway. Okay, bye. Good night.